150 dispatch traffic.
150, go ahead.
West Delta near Arrowhead, Ohio. King North Tom 3727, Black 4.
West Delta near Arrowhead, King North Tom 3727, Black 444.
Hey, Eggsy, I already got my first order here, so mapping it out. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. La Fiesta. Yeah. They fucked me last time, being late. So let's see what they do to us this time. Dude. Oh. I can't fucking see. I can't see that light.
Eight 23, checking your safety.
Check's good, thank you.
Copy, check's good.
I can't fucking see it. Ugh. That was horrible. Dude, the worst fucking place to get out of. Yeah, something like that. Oof. Dude, that was horrible. This is pulling through the bag.
All set.
Copy, all set.
All right, I'll be right back. I'm thinking it's going to be busy tonight because everything's closed around here because of the Labor Day. Air 'em out. Please make sure delivery is made to the correct house. Well, I think I do that every time, but I don't know who you've had before me. Oh. Yeah, let's do it over on Rumble, man. Thank you. I don't want to fuck with the light this time. That's why I'm just going to pull up here and hang right under the street so I don't have to look at this fucking sun. Horrible timing to go live, but it's like 8.2 miles away. Wow. What do we want? I think I'm just going to turn on something steady in the background. The scanner's not going to be consistent if we're going to be moving a lot.
They're not the only one.
Well, Mark,
Other conservatives, as
the Super Jew,
he says, just as harsh this year, Samuel Alito in March used a federal judge in another case involving a Trump policy as committing an act of judicial hubris and self-aggrandizement of its jurisdiction. Folks, we all
how was your weekend, Eggsy?
Before a single justice opened their mouth or wrote a single
Mine was pretty relaxed. I cut some grass today, so
that's what the media
I spent about 2.5 hours cutting the lawn today. Took my time.
That's why.
And I decided, you know what? Let's get a shower. Let's go do some work. Should be busy tonight. We'll see.
The Supreme Court is upholding the Constitution, ladies and gentlemen, as the president has, including in high-profile cases dealing with immigration, spending, the leadership of independent agencies. And Trump has won even in cases where there are serious arguments that his administration defied a lower court. Said Steve Vladeck, CNN Supreme Court analyst and professor at Georgetown University Law School. Well, maybe he shouldn't be. He's just another radical Democrat lawyer. In a biting dissent in the research grant decision on Thursday, liberal Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson described the result as Calvin ball jurisprudence in reference to the popular Calvin and Hobbes comment. She's not criticizing. Excuse me. Notice the journalist so close.
I honestly could not even see that light. That light was the sun was directly where that light was. Even trying to shade my eyes, I could not see it.
You seem to have two. Have one.
I just guessed when everybody else started moving.
See, that's a cheap shot at their economy. Cheap shot. You cannot trust CNN every time. They promote Hamas. They promote Democrats down the line. They promote these radical activist judges. CNN is a dead network, barely airing, with really effectively non-existent ratings.
This pimp walk.
At least at MSLSD, they changed the name to MS Now. Now I say now, MS Now. Of course, they didn't change their hosts and their guests, so it's still a dead end. Still a dead end. Back to Jackson. Business and politics. Calvin Ball, Biden's DEI pick. That's right, she's a DEI pick. Accused his fellow SCOTUS justices of being in the bag for Trump, writes Chris Donaldson. Supreme Court Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson invoked a popular comic strip in an angry dissent, accusing her colleagues of being in the bag for President Trump, just like CNN did. They all have the same mindset. A left-winger who was appointed by disgraced former President Biden to fulfill his pledge to put a black woman on the SCOTUS has repeatedly shown that she lacks the intellect and temperament for the job with her emotional antics. I agree with that. Not that another example was needed, but Jackson served it up anyway, describing the court's latest overruling of an activist lower court judge who blocked the ending of DEI-based grants to the National Institute of Health. It's Calvin Ball.
Yeah, that was pretty suspicious, but we'll see. I think he's doing all right, though, they said.
First for a sitting SCOTUS justice in a former
He's pretty old, though, so it's hard to recover from injuries at that age.
Put into play an argument that would seem to be more.
This bus, it's weird looking. It looks like they got a bunch of solar panels on the top of this bus over here.
Uninformed tirades belong not on the bench of the nation's highest court. Who wrote pretty good? Chris Donaldson. This is Calvin Ball prudence with a twist. Calvin Ball, there's only one rule. There are no fixed rules. We seem to have two. At one, and this administration always wins, she wrote. Jackson was venting over her frustration with the court's quote-unquote lawmaking. The shadow docket accusing the majority of having bent over backwards to accommodate Trump. Trump is the elected president of the United States. Ladies and gentlemen, these lower court judges, honestly, they're nobodies, except they have enormous power. They were plucked from obscurity. That's it. They were rushed through by the Democrats. They were rushed through when they controlled the Senate. There's ACLU types, ethnic organizations where they have lawyers, these types of people. The ruling Thursday, the SCOTUS sided 5-4 with the administration, allowing it to proceed with cancellation of $783 million in NIH research grants tied to DEI initiatives, including LGBTQ and other hot-button issues. Chief Justice John Roberts sided with the KPG and court's other two Democrat left-wing women, as he's schizophrenic. Some days he comes into the court, he wants to be Hollywood John, loved by the New York Slimes. Families are close to one of the main reprobates at the New York Times, Thomas Friedman. Jackson figured that life-saving biomedical research was at stake, a talking point frequently used by the political left to defend their cherished DEI program. She wrote, so unfortunately, the court's quest to make way for the executive consequences for the law and the public. It's completely logical that Jackson would oppose any rolling back of DEI since she herself
the brakes here. It's 45 here.
The racially discriminatory policy. I've never understood, and I was the first to point this out, it's all contingent, why it's considered racist to point out if somebody is a DEI appointee or not. If you cherish DEI, if you promote DEI, if you celebrate people be appointing under DEI, then why can't you mention that somebody's appointed as a DEI appointee? What is the problem? You can't, on the one hand, exclude merit as
check us out on Rumble. We need Rumble chat.
When somebody points it out, attack them.
Actually, let me turn the banner on.
Anyone but an African American team up from the Supreme Court.
I'll go after you. I won't use the banner.
Stephen Breyer in 2022.
Why are we hitting the fucking brakes for a green light?
Jonathan Turley was critical of Jackson's frequent forays into political rhetoric in a recent column. Said the histrionic and hyperbolic rhetoric has increased in Jackson's opinions. At times portray her colleagues as abandoning not just the Constitution, but democracy itself. Well,
let me get in front of you and hit the brakes. How about that? Dumb fuck.
The author of this piece is right. Therefore, and of course, I am right too. We'll be right back.
Let's open. On Fox 1, you can stream your favorite news, sports, and entertainment. Live, all in one app. It's raw and unfiltered. This is the best thing ever. Watch breaking news.
I love my hat. It's comfortable.
And I were following two major stories. Catch history in the making.
Dirty was teasing me about this hat. She sent me messages to my wife, teasing me about it.
Streaming now. If your goals this year include getting healthier, you should start by taking a closer look at your water. You'd be surprised to find out how many impurities are in tap water. Everything from viruses to lead, PFAS, pesticides, and other contaminants. No one wants that. What you do want is healthy drinking water, and it starts with Aquasana. Aquasana water filters remove contaminants and leave you with cleaner, healthier, odor-free, great-tasting water. You'll enjoy an immediate difference with every drop. With everything from whole house systems to under sink units, Aquasana's high performance water filtration systems are low maintenance and eco-friendly. Aquasana has more than 15,000 5-star reviews from customers like you who want to drink with confidence. Visit aquasana.com today and use promo code SXM to get up to 50% off select systems. That's AQUASANA.com. Promo code SXM for up to 50% off. Aquasana, a healthier you starts with healthier water. With networks like Fox News, CNN, MSNBC, and more, Sling is the best way to get the news you care about, which is great for everyone. Well, almost everyone. Where's that dang paper boy? I need my news outdated and rolled up like a burrito. Finally. Now I can read all about what happened forever ago. Get the most important news delivered reliably at the best price. Sling lets you do that. Visit sling.com/news to see your offer. I just got my Grid Doctor 3300 solar generator. It charged fast, and now I've got peace of mind for the next blackout. It powers my refrigerator with absolutely no problem. Very satisfied. Living in Florida.
I don't know who he's racing with. Oh, that Honda's racing with him? A dumbass.
I love being able to use this inside.
Racing a Mustang GT, dude. Seriously?
And that noise from a gas generator.
Ooh.
These are real customer reviews of the Grid Doctor 3300 solar generator. Order now at mypatriotsupply.com to get a complimentary expansion battery at $1,200 value, free with your order. This is a limited time offer. Go to mypatriotsupply.com to get your solar generator today. That's mypatriotsupply.com.
What is your next success story? At University of Maryland Global Campus, you can succeed again with more than 135 affordable online degrees and certificates to help you move your career forward. From cybersecurity and AI to healthcare and MBA, our programs help you build critical thinking, leadership, and communication skills that set you apart in today's job market.
Look like it.
Now and save with no
This
application.
stupid little Honda right here that's turning right. Tried to keep up with him.
Certified to operate
The light.
by Chef.
Ready to plan your next getaway? Let Gate One Travel take you there. For over 40 years, Gate One Travel has offered expertly guided escorted tours and river cruises across the globe with experienced local guides and
They actually have a dash mart here. It's like after hours. It's like basically just a grocery store where they pull the full order for you. You just go in there and pick it up. You know, once they get it ready.
To see more of
It's right here up on the left.
Secure borders.
See that where it says Dash Mart on the left?
This is Mark Levin wishing you a happy Labor Day.
Cali 5, Ohio is the Mustang's plate.
You know why I'm a producer. I love radio. I love it. Good. All right. Hello, New York. You with me, New York? You with me? You with me? Probably the people who should be listening aren't, but there are a lot of people who tune in. Excellent. Then they start listening. I get this wherever I go. I Listen, I listened for a week. I listened to 2 weeks. I like this guy.
They pulled right into campus here.
Well,
This
here we
is UT
are,
campus,
looking
University of
at
Toledo campus area here.
Zoran Mondani to end all misdemeanor charges.
Mercedes is going to try
You
and
think about that?
catch
Well,
him.
this guy. You know, it's funny, in my book on power, I talk about, tyranny could be imposed on people, but in democracies, typically, you vote for it. Because they want something for free, or they want to believe. You want to believe. And so the fact that crime is going to go through the roof, the fact that police are going to have their hands cut rather than the criminals' hands cut, the fact that productive people are going to try to get the hell out of there if they can, the fact that you're going to have police signs on commercial properties from one end of the city to the other, the fact that your population may not drop heavily because people who want best welfare benefits and illegal aliens are all going to flock to New York City. The fact that you're going to have to go outside the city to actually purchase groceries. None of that is thought through. Hey, what? Hey, I'm done. What's wrong with Tesla? He speaks so well. I like that guy. Oh. No. By the time it's done, a lot of people who will have voted for him in New York will have left. Because a lot of them are upper middle class or higher, white, overly educated morons. I want to dig into this a little bit more deeply. I shall return.
Oh, yeah, those things. You can definitely tell by the sound what they are. Same thing with the Mustang, as long as it isn't got a different
The fridge, dead.
exhaust.
The AC, silent. And your phone, half charged. When disaster strikes, how you prepared beforehand could save your life. Because when the lights go dark, people get desperate. They'll fight for food, beg for water, and do almost anything to get their hands on power. Being prepared and staying discreet could be what keeps you alive. That's why I trust the Patriot Power Generator 2500X from 4 Patriots. It's fume-free, silent, and powerful enough to run your fridge, freezer, CPAP, even medical devices. With no gas, no noise, and no unwanted attention. Just clean, quiet power when you need it most. And right now, for National Preparedness Month
How do
only,
you fuck this
you'll
up?
get a free expansion pack. Plus a
They
free
don't
solar
have an
panel.
obvious
That's
address.
a $2,100 value, yours free. This has never been done before and will never happen again. Go to 4patriots.com. That's the number 4patriots.com to claim your free expansion pack and free solar panel. Don't wait until it's too late. Prepare before the panic. Profiting from the financial markets has never been easier. TrueTrade introduces the world's first one-click AI-assisted trading platform. No trading experience? No problem. Just purchase their platform, connect your trading account, download their mobile app, and turn it on. It's that simple. No need to worry about what or when to trade. With just one click, their AI software handles everything for you. No learning, no experience, no headaches. Whether you're trading a single account or managing an entire portfolio, TrueTrade software runs on autopilot.
It's like an old white person neighborhood here in Toledo. It's called
Don't have funds to trade with? No problem. TrueTrade offers an
Ottawa Lake.
unprecedented money-back guarantee on
Ottawa
their
Hills.
software. Plus, get a guarantee of at least $300,000 in tradable funds. You keep the profits. Join thousands worldwide who are already profiting from their AI-driven trade technology. Are you ready to step up your cash flow? Head over to TrueTrade.io. That's TrueTrade.io. That's TrueTrade.io. Investing involves
Where
risks.
all the cars are.
Potential loss of
How
principal.
do you fuck this
Past
up?
performance does not guarantee future results. See terms and conditions.
Michigan plates.
The Italians gave us espresso.
Blue.
America made it better.
Be right back.
A tiny cup and put stars, stripes, and serious caffeine in it. Introducing Black Rifle Coffee's Nespresso-compatible capsules. American roasted espresso from a company founded by veterans and built for hardworking patriots. No foreign fluff, no pretentiousness, just strong coffee in a capsule that's ready when you are. Whether you're opening the store, raising a family, pulling a shift, or standing watch, Just Black, Loyal Spirit, and Espresso Meal Pods are locked and loaded. Made in the USA, built with backbone and backed by people who love this country. We're not here to sit slowly and contemplate foam art. We're here to caffeinate, dominate, and do the job right. Black Rifle Coffee, veteran founded, American roasted. This is America's coffee. Grab an espresso compatible capsules at Walmart or online at walmart.com and Black BlackRifleCoffee.com. From espresso to espresso with grit. Thank you, Italy.
Instantly got another order. Here we go.
Why settle for a 7 a.m. tea time when you wanted 8? Or an iced coffee when you asked for hot? Or a corporate card that gives you pennies in rewards when you could be saving thousands? Ramp is the only corporate card built to help companies spend less, not more. That's not coincidence. That's design. And it works without slowing you down. With Ramp, you get real-time visibility into every transaction. Out-of-policy spend blocked before it clears. Duplicate SaaS tools run unused seats flagged before they waste your budget.
This is a double pickup.
The guardrails so you can
Taco Bell and Bob Evans, I think.
Driving strategy. Over 40,000 companies already run on Ramp, including CBRE and Shopify.
Yep.
They're not just logos, they're teams reclaiming time, cutting costs, and closing the books without overtime. Because with Ramp, the less you touch your expense system, the better it works. Right now, your business can get $250 off at ramp.com/SXM. That's ramp.com/SXM. Ramp, built for savings, not points.
So Nick here, I've got some facts for you. In 2018, the average driving distance for men was 226.4 yards. In 2023, 225 yards. A yard and a half of distance lost. With all this new golf technology, how is distance shrinking? More players are taking lessons than ever. More are getting fitted for clubs. Every driver and ball company is promising new sharp technology or consistent ball flight. But they're all regulated. They're even talking about rolling the ball back. You know where you aren't looking? Your shoes. Meet the new LT Series by Squares, the only golf shoe proven to increase distance. The new LT Series is a different kind of golf shoe. In a class all of its own, it's the perfect balance of lightweight comfort and proven performance. And at under 425 grams, it's lighter than the competition and does one thing no other shoe can. It helps you use the ground better. More stability, more comfort, more distance. Use the ground better with the new LT Series from Squares.
Human dignity.
The rule of law.
Conservative principles live here. We are Sirius XM Patriot, Channel 125. Radio program.
You're listening to the Best of the Mark Levin Show. Happy Labor Day.
Mark Levin, the real American rebel. Call in now. 877-381-3811.
I'm going to read something to you as a foundation to this Bounty story in the New York Post. Read it to you out of my book on power. Authoritarian democracies become more authoritarian and less democratic. I made the argument that negative power exists in both open and closed societies, the former experiencing soft negative power. And it is the ascendancy today in most democracies, including in America. It takes different forms and moves at different paces. The order of things, nature, morality, values, beliefs, etc., precedes government, exceeds the earthly limits of government. It exists in perpetuity, in spirit, if not reality, unlike any government. Indeed, all governments come and go over the course of human history. Listen carefully to what I said. I wrote, indeed, all governments come and go over the course of human history. One group of men telling another what to do, how to do it, when to do it, is by itself nothing more than men placing limits on other men. One group of men telling others what to do, how to do it, and when to do it is by itself nothing more than men placing limits on other men. Again, reading from my book on power. But in their essence, human beings are not beings of other men or governments. They're not creatures of the ruling class. There's a universe that is greater than and beyond mankind and government. There is an inherent and supreme law that is unamendable by man-made law. Only governments that are established and exist based on this universal order of things are therefore valid.
Got better back.
And right. Conversely, as America's founders repeatedly declared, legitimate government is not possible, let alone sustainable, if the citizenry is not virtuous. John Adams said, and I quote, "Our Constitution was made only for a moral and religious people. It is wholly inadequate to the government of any other. George Washington agreed, quote, "It is substantially true that virtue or morality is a necessary spring of popular government." James Madison warned, quote, "To suppose any form of government will secure liberty or happiness without virtue in the people is a chimerical idea." This was the consensus view of the founders. Or soft negative power will always exist, even if no government exists. Will exist in the civil society and throughout private life, where laws, rules, or customs of some generated from some source within a group or larger community are established and must be established, formally or informally. It must be honored and enforced, prevent chaos and anarchy, create some kind of social order, protect the individual and individual liberty, and secure the individual's holdings. Again, Locke called this a social contract. So some degree of soft negative power will be exercised that proscribes, if not contributes, or conscribes some level of individual liberty. It follows, therefore, that the same notion of soft negative power applies to the most beneficent and sound governments. But is this really or accurately characterized as soft negative power? Now, I also explain further in the book that people vote for tyranny. And then when tyranny takes hold, it's too late. And it looks like that's what's happening in New York. Democratic mayoral frontrunner Zoran Mondi writes to the New York Post that his comrades at the Democratic Socialists of America want to wipe out the enforcement of all misdemeanor from the group blasts policing and detention as, quote, instruments of class war. And this is pure Marxism, designed to guarantee the domination of the working class, and demands an end of what it calls the criminalization of working class survival. So I ask you folks in New York, I ask you folks all over the country, we're the working class who work for a living to make ends meet. Do you think enforcing misdemeanor laws are intended to dominate you or to protect you and your family? They go on, for all the working class to achieve collective liberation, we must constrain, diminish, and abolish the carceral forces of the state, from prisons and police themselves to their manifestations in all forms throughout society. This is their platform. They're still at war with the cops and law and order. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is an attack on what I just read to you, on what John Locke and others have written, on the Enlightenment. I told you Marxism is a throwback, just like the primitive.
2 tacos and a burrito.
What they're basically saying is the rule and law of the jungle will apply. The more chaos, the better. Does that help the so-called working class? The campaign trail Mamdani has repeatedly called for police to stop focusing on what he's referred to as non-serious crimes. He said police have a critical role to play, but right now we're relying on them to deal with the failures of our social safety net, which is preventing them from doing their actual jobs. He said that in a video that he posted on Twitter, that is X, Wednesday. Now, the radical Marxist group has also pushed to slash arrests, cut prosecutors' budgets, abolish cash bail, and all forms of pretrial detention, scrap electronic monitoring, and imprisonment for parole violations. People better pay damn well attention to this. You're going to live in a hellhole. And I'm not kidding. New York, Minneapolis, you've got a gun to your head. It's called Marxism and Islamism. Mamdani, a Queens assemblyman and member of the New York chapter of this radical Marxist organization, has endorsed mayoral candidate, has questioned the purpose of prisons, repeatedly called to roll back punishment on so-called nonviolent
Fucking
offenses,
truck's in the way.
both as
My turn.
assemblyman in Albany and as a mayoral candidate. He doubled down on his longstanding push to legalize prostitution this week. You know, ladies and gentlemen, legalizing prostitution, that is sex slavery, that is sex trading. This guy is a puke. He's disgusting. He's disgusting. On the campaign trail, Mamdani backtracked from his prior defund the police views in the wake of the Park Avenue massacre. Yeah, and now he says don't enforce misdemeanors. So he's going to defund the manner in which you enforce the law because the cops are going to be told you cannot do X, Y, and Z. I don't buy for a second that he's moderated on any of these policing questions because he has yet to really articulate in any deep way why he's moderated or how he's moderated, said Rachel Mangual, a legal policy expert at the Manhattan Institute. All he's really said is that he no longer wants to defund the police, even though police and prison and jail abolition are core tenets of his party's platform. This guy's a liar. All Marxists and Islamists are liars. And Mamdani has even tried to challenge the definition of violent offenses. Well, what violent crime is defined by the state. Violence is an artificial construction, he said. Paying attention, folks? The misdemeanors his party wants to erase aren't minor slip-ups. New York, they include theft or shoplifting up to $1,000, drug possession, assault without a weapon, and even driving while intoxicated. They also include third-degree ID theft, second-degree sexual abuse, second-degree sexual misconduct, forcible touching, DWI, third-degree drug possession, menacing, petite larceny, third-degree assault. Because he's not going to enforce anything. Plus, he wants prostitution. Can you imagine? Tourists are not going to come. They're not going to come. They're driving the city
No
into a
reason
hole
not to
that
run. Okay.
they're never going to recover.
I was waving that dude on. I was waiting for him. I'm way ahead.
It's descended into a lawless drug den.
These are per calls, though.
Afraid of what neighbors have decried as revolving door of justice. People will break the law with impunity. There has to be deterrent for breaking the law.
That's crazy. Well, apparently it just they took away the Bob Evans part. They only did a single on it. They split it up.
The Democratic primary for state senate in 2022 and founded the group One City Rising.
Probably screwed me on this one.
Everybody's so sick and tired of this. We just want to have a normal, functional, reasonable way of getting through our day without worrying about. I didn't realize this was my street. This is exactly the opposite of what New York needs right now, she said.
Way ahead, though.
When misdemeanor.
Way ahead of time.
There's a bill decriminalizing or downgrading those changes. No, they wouldn't. He would just direct the police not to enforce the law. That's all. You could force the NYPD
must be her staring at me.
To deprioritize certain arrests or pressure DAs not to prosecute certain cases, much like Alvin Bragg, the Manhattan DA. In his controversial Day One memo telling staff to go on armed robbery and drug dealing. Oh, yeah. His election means death for the city of New York. It just means death. That will create an easy pass for criminals, enabling them to commit misdemeanor crimes. Curtis Sliwa.
And now I got a Bob Evans order.
Will make the police even
Directions.
less effective and enforcement ultimately.
Bob Evans came right after. They must have put it back on me.
Leading to a breakdown of law and order, chaos and disorder. It's crazy. It'll kill the city. It'll kill the city. But if you could delay your next two mortgage payments, right? Imagine putting those two payments in your pocket, finally getting a little breathing room. Possible when you call American Financing today. Look, if you're feeling stressed by everyday expenses, especially those damn credit cards and the interest on that,
one item.
You're not alone.
One
Most
freaking
Americans
item.
are putting these expenses on their credit cards, and they just keep piling up. There doesn't seem to be a way out. American Financing can show you how to use your home's equity to pay off that debt.
Wow.
How to move your money around, how to consolidate your debts, how to get a lower interest rate. It's tax deductible. on your mortgage up to $40,000.
There's Bob Evans all around the place, all around here.
They'll help you
Oh, I
today.
can't see shit that
Until you
way.
get to the point where you can't make those payments.
All right, I think I can go.
They're salary-based.
Don't hit me.
Folks are helping homeowners
Oh,
just
shit.
like you structure their loans.
Fucking accident.
Consolidate
Right here.
all without upfront fees. Upfront fees.
Wow.
I know
Someone
that
got
I use them.
smoked.
My daughter used them. Mr.
Look at that.
Producer used them. Their customers are saving on average $800
We'll cut through this
a month. That's
subdivision.
like a $10,000 raise. It's fast. It's simple. And you can use that money rather than burn it. Otherwise, you're burning it. Call American Financing today. Here's the number: 888-900-1828. They're there right now.
Yeah, that car was fucked up. Man, what a shitty Labor Day they had. Bet you somebody drinking.
Visit AmericanFinancing.net.
MLS 18233.
Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on.
OPR for rates in the 5 strike 6.327% for well-qualified borrowers.
Go.
888-900-1828 for details about credit costs and terms.
Oh, yeah. We'll be right back.
We're going to make it in time. There's Bob Evans right here, though. Okay. Man, we're smoking it today. Smoking the good stuff today.
NFL is SiriusXM.
Touchdown! Josh Allen!
Hear every game on your
Carry
radios
out.
and your home
Door.
announcers on the SiriusXM app.
I'll be right back.
Released.
All week, Adam Shine, Stephen A. Smith, and Christopher Mad Dog Russo talk football on Channel 82.
What we're watching here is once-in-a-lifetime stuff.
And join the daily conversation with the experts on NFL radio. The talent is undeniable. Channel 88.
When the shelves are empty, when the lights are out, when the storm doesn't pass, you'll either have what you need or you won't. And if you're waiting on FEMA, you may just be waiting forever. Here's the truth. FEMA is overwhelmed, underfunded, and stretched too thin. They can't save everyone. That's why right now, when you buy a 3-month survival food kit from 4 Patriots, you'll get 2 more months absolutely free. That's 5 full months of delicious, shelf-stable meals designed to last 25 years and proudly hand-packed in America. Because disasters aren't slowing down. They're getting worse. And if you're waiting for someone else to protect your family, you'll be waiting too long.
Man, look at that. Almost every order, they have it ready for me when I get there.
Go now to 4patriots.com. That's the number 4patriots.com and get 2 free months of survival food before this deal is gone for good.
This is a special notice to U.S. taxpayers owing $10,000 or more to the
Smells
IRS.
good.
Tax Relief Advocates is urgently notifying taxpayers that tax relief initiatives are now available that may significantly reduce or eliminate what you owe. If you are afraid of an IRS lien, levy, or wage garnishment, don't lose hope. You can now take advantage of these current relief programs to end all collections, reduce the amount you owe, and resolve your tax problem. Even if you have years of unfiled tax returns or already in a payment plan, you may still qualify for significant relief. Struggling taxpayers can now get the relief they need during these hard economic times. A hotline has been established by Tax Relief Advocates for you to call and see what you qualify for. They're A+ rated with the BBB and have over 1,000 5-star reviews. Don't wait. Call 800-575-7049. 800-575-7049. That's 800-575-7049. Or simply
Trying to avoid that accident.
TRA.com.
Grown-ups, don't go back to school. Go forward through school into your future as an IT professional. Whether you're starting out, switching careers, or a veteran ready for change, My Computer Career can help you get into IT in just a few short months with no prior experience. So take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu. Your rewarding career in IT awaits. That's mycomputercareer.edu.
Is that the hospital?
An elite CompTIA certification
Where
partner.
the fuck am I supposed to take
Available
this?
to those who qualify, including the VA benefits.
Battling psoriasis or eczema? Don't suffer
It
another.
doesn't say anything.
It
It says 3404 West.
Created by Dr. Blair for his own patients, but Vitaderm was once only available by prescription. Now, relief from redness, itching, and flaking is
How the fuck am I going to do this?
Dr. Trusted FDA-approved Zoltar to slow skin cell growth. The 4-ounce jar plus travel size keeps you protected anyway. Try the Vitaderm psoriasis formula today. Risk-free with our 100% money-back guarantee. Find it at Walmart or CVS in the skincare aisle. This is
going to be weird.
What can 100
I'm supposed to be delivering it to this fucking hospital.
When it comes to protecting what matters, Pacific Life provides life insurance, retirement income, and employee benefits for people and businesses building a more confident tomorrow.
I'm not sure where the fuck I'm supposed to meet this person.
And backed by experience. Ask a financial professional how Pacific Life can help you today. Pacific Life Insurance Company, Omaha, Nebraska, into New York. Pacific Life and Annuity, Phoenix, Arizona. Legal immigration.
The Second Amendment. Conservative principles live here. We are Sirius XM Patriot, Channel 125.
This is the best of Martin Levin. Happy Labor Day. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, you know this show is heard everywhere on every platform.
So I'm delivering it to the emergency room. We'll see what happens.
Now, the Martin Levin show is available on Spotify. You know that, Mr. Producer? As is my book on Power. Not sure how many of you actually tune in to the Martin Levin show on Spotify, but if you do, those of you who subscribe to that platform, you can download on Power. It's actually a pretty sweet deal. Pretty sweet deal. If you have a premium Spotify account, they automatically get 15 hours of free listening per month, which is more than enough time to listen to the book. Subscribers, premium or not, only have to listen to about 20% of the book for it to count as a full sale. So, take a listen. You might like it. That's on Spotify. You use that platform, you can download on Power. You can download on Power. Of course, Amazon.com, Walmart, the airports have the book. I want to thank all of them. Sam's Club, EJ, the Costco's that carry books. We were just told they took on a significant additional number of books, so you should be able to find copies in more Costco locations right now. So it's not like it's not available. It's everywhere. If you haven't acquired it, I understand you don't want it. But if it's something you've been thinking about for yourself or family or friends, somebody you know.
All right. Yep. They drop them off at the ER. It's for staff there. Now Red Lobster order, which means it's going to be a no tipper, but we'll take it.
I saw it at Costco. I think it was $16.
Let's keep this run going.
Amazon.com, it's under $20 as well. Same with all the big stores, Barnes and Noble and so forth. It's out front, easy to grab. And I know you're going to like it if you take the time to look at it. Many of you will, which I am very grateful. Do I owe you something, Mr. Producer?
Yeah, I can. They give you a fake number to call them where you just hit call and you connect to them. But doesn't matter. I said it was on my way. I showed it being delivered. I took a picture.
No, you're getting ripped off.
If there's staff there, they know where it gets delivered.
You're getting ripped off. Period.
I ain't got no time for that. Lots of orders coming in. We gotta make some money today.
Necessary perks you never use. This is how they do it. You're paying a massive premium for what you think is.
We'll get some Red Lobster for a no tipper, I'm sure.
5G network and 5G towers that they do.
There's that accident down there too. Still,
you're burning money.
Glad it ain't going down there.
That you earn. The only difference is that Pure Talk doesn't charge.
Turn on red, okay. I'll wait. Oh, it's green now. It's green now.
Unlimited talk text, plenty of data, $25 a month. Folks, that's less than half the price the big guys. At a time when saving $1 really matters. Pure Talk is a patriotic company.
What we got?
American employees, patriotic.
Make this delivery count. This person gives a good tips. Yeah, we'll see. Chicken. Who the fuck gets chicken tenders from Red Lobster? Okay, they are getting biscuits at least.
I'm a Pure Talk customer.
Who gets chicken tenders?
You can even keep your phone.
Let me guess.
So here's what I want to encourage you to do. Many of you have heard me. Pull the trigger.
And what have we done? 4 orders already in like 30 minutes?
Say Mark Levin. Pound 250. Say Mark Levin. You're off to the races.
I knew it was going to be busy because there's not a whole lot of places open tonight. I didn't think it was going to be this busy.
Talking as little as 10 minutes. It's painless. That's pound.
I got myself a break scheduled at 9 o'clock, so my time. So about another hour.
Thinking about it and you haven't. Do it. You gotta pull
Crab Fest. Oh shit! You're gonna buy chicken tenders during Crab Fest? Come on now. Come on now. Girl. Come on, girl.
There's everything to do with modern times as well as.
Oh, you gotta love it. Gotta love it. Ooh, is this
I know
fun?
you're gonna have fun reading.
Oh, it's a handicap spot, but yeah, it's okay.
Walk through the
I'll
door,
limp.
grab it. Grab it while you can.
I have a disability.
Use it heavily because it's still on the near time.
All right, be right back.
Stem cell therapy is changing the way we look at medicine, and the leaders in this exciting field are at Bespoke Biologics. Online at BespokeStemCell.com.
This procedure, up until now, was available only to the rich and powerful.
Meet Tom from Virginia, a veteran exposed to Agent Orange in Vietnam. Now, a very satisfied patient of Bespoke.
I want to be healthy. If I'm going to stay healthy, I'll be doing this once a year.
Bespoke Biologics uses a proprietary line of stem cells to treat a wide range of health issues: heart disease, stroke, MS, rheumatoid arthritis, Parkinson's, Alzheimer's. After his treatment, Tom says his mental acuity is stronger. He sleeps better, and numbness in his feet is improving. And he feels younger.
That's my goal. I want to be like the Hollywood stars that work into their 80s.
Want to learn more about the latest in stem cell therapy? BespokeStemCell.com. BespokeStemCell.com.
This procedure is absolutely miraculous.
Schedule your introductory call now at BespokeStemCell.com.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. What is the process? The process is a focus on constant improvement, care for the smallest details, and the discipline to never compromise. That's true for the best players in the world, and when it comes to designing and manufacturing the best golf balls in the world. The all-new Titleist Pro V1 and Pro V1X, where there's excellence in process, there's excellence in performance.
Golfer Byron Nelson was a total pro who won 11 straight and 18 PGA Tour events in 1945. He may be gone, but his legacy lives on in golf apparel that symbolizes his cool and effortless performance. The Byron Nelson collection features timeless, high-performance apparel made for anyone who loves modern comfort and classic style, from polos to pullovers. Look good, feel good, and maybe even play better with Byron Nelson apparel. Sold at fine golf shops nationwide and online at ByronNelsonGolf.com.
This is Patriot. We've had a very successful day thus far. Important discussions as we work to end the killing and stop the war in Ukraine. We're all working for the same goal. Very simple goal. We want to stop the killing, get this settled.
Conservative principles live here. This is Sirius XM Patriot, Channel 125.
News this hour from Town Hall. I'm Keith Peters in Washington. Labor Day celebrates the American worker with a holiday honored on the first Monday of September. The federal holiday is also the three-day weekend that has become the unofficial end of summer. Speaking with SRN News, businessman and author Richard Battle says that Labor Day has its roots in America's founding.
It's our founders that gave us our economic system and political freedom that gives us the individual right to pursue happiness, so we can try to work the jobs that we want, work as hard as we want, where we want, when. We can change careers midstream. We have the freedom to choose our labor for our lifetimes, and that's unique in the world.
A groundbreaking new documentary called Truth Rising offers a Christ-centered path forward for people troubled about our out-of-control culture. Produced by Focus on the Family and the Colson Center, the film tackles issues which can often divide our country. The Focus president, Jim Daly, says Truth Rising also offers hope for the future. He spoke with Tom Tradup of SRN News.
And our generation is called to make sure people understand what is true. Here's the bottom line, Tom. It's so fun. God's truth is not going to be covered for long. It just keeps rising. Mm-hmm. And we're seeing it in the culture today. You can try to say, I don't know what a woman is, but you know what? We do. And it's going to keep on rising along with all the other examples of definitions in this culture. You can try to change what God has designed. I would only say good luck with that.
Jim Daly adds that Truth Rising, which is releasing this Friday, will be streamed free. Anyone wanting access to the documentary can go to truthrising.com. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Hi, this is Rhett Rasmussen of BestHotGrill.com. Football is back, and so is tailgating. Whether it's Friday Night Lights, Saturday College, or Pro Sundays, Solaire portable infrared grills set up fast and heat up quickly. Only 3 minutes to searing hot temperatures, just like the big backyard Solaires. The Solaire grills will make you the master of the tailgater with the juiciest, most flavorful food in the parking lot. The fast grilling times leave you more time to talk up your team, and they cool down fast so you won't miss a minute of the game. The Solaire Anywhere and Solaire Everywhere portable infrared grills are perfect for any grilling on the go, from picnics to camping, RVs to boating, but especially tailgating. And they're made in the USA with the confidence of a 100-year-old family business. Amaze your tailgating friends with Solaire infrared grills. Learn more about these fantastic grills at BestHotGrill.com. That's BestHotGrill.com. BestHotGrill.com.
Prank turns deadly for an 11-year-old Houston boy.
He was playing a common prank of ringing doorbells and was shot dead Saturday as he ran away from a house, commonly referred to as ding-dong ditching. The prank involves fleeing before somebody inside the home opens the door. Authorities said the boy was struck several times as he and some friends were buzzing doorbells in an East Side Houston neighborhood. Houston police have not released the identity of the boy or the occupant of the home, but said a middle-aged man has been arrested and several weapons were later recovered from the home. Bill Alexander, Washington.
A man has been found dead at Burning Man, and the death at the yearly Art and Music Festival in the Nevada desert is being investigated as a homicide. Deputies were alerted Saturday about a deceased man at the gathering in the Black Rock Desert about 110 miles northeast of Reno. News and analysis at townhall.com. From Washington, I'm Keith Peters.
On Fox 1, you can stream your favorite news, sports, and entertainment live all in one app. It's raw and unfiltered. This is the best thing ever. Watch breaking news as it breaks.
Breaking tonight, we're following two major stories.
Catch history in the making. Debates, drama, touchdowns, all here, baby. Fox 1, we live for live. Streaming now.
According to the Department of Energy, power outages could increase 10,000% over the next 2 years. American families are left in the dark for hours.
They called it ready before it was ready. I fucking hate that
like
shit,
that
man.
aren't just inconvenient, they're deadly. That's why My Patriot Supply,
How you gonna lie?
America's most trusted preparedness company, created the Grid Doctor 3300, a solar-powered backup generator. It delivers 3,300 watts of power, enough to run almost anything in your home. It's portable, whisper quiet, and safe to use indoors. And right now, when you order a Grid Doctor 3300 at mypatriotsupply.com, you'll get a free expansion battery, which doubles your power capacity absolutely free. Get peace of mind before the next outage hits your home and save over $1,200. But this is a limited time offer, so to get your solar generator and free expansion battery, go to mypatriotsupply.com today. That's mypatriotsupply.com.
We, the people of the United States.
In American history. 1939, Germany invades Poland. World War II begins, and America's greatest generation prepares to answer the call.
And in 1957, the Civil Rights Act is signed, America's first federal civil rights legislation since Reconstruction.
From liberty's fight to freedom's future, counting down to America 250, only on Sirius XM Patriot Channel 125. He's here. Now, broadcasting from the underground command post, deep in the bowels of a hidden bunker, somewhere under the brick steel of a nondescript building, we once again make contact with our leader, Glenn Lovehead.
This is the best of Mark Levin. Happy Labor Day. Hello, American. Mark Levin here. Our number, 877-381-3811, 877-381-3811. A profound time we live in right now, ladies and gentlemen. Truly profound time. I've never seen anything like it. I say that.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I just read that. Yeah, it has regen braking. So basically, my braking charges my battery. So yeah. So city driving is a lot better gas mileage than highway driving, basically. Because every time I hit the brakes, as long as I'm not jamming them on and I'm slowly using them, it charges the battery for the electric motor. But when I have to get on the freeway like this, not so much.
This is a question that radio and TV hosts sometimes. What happened is that I've learned a great deal about the Democrat Party and its ideology. Should I say ideologies over the years, and you don't like it. As I say over and over again, ideas do have consequences. Educating and reading remain crucial. Unfortunately, too many people with microphones and TV cameras have forgotten about this. Scholarship, history, philosophy still matter. They've always mattered. It's called getting back to basics, getting back to our founding principles, beliefs, and values, and exposing those who seek to pervert, undermine, and destroy them. In 2019, I wrote a book on freedom of the press, which sold hundreds of thousands of copies, and exposed the media's bias and corruption in promoting the Democrat Party and its agenda. In 2021, I wrote a book, American Marxism. It was a massive bestseller, sold nearly 1.5 million copies. It exposed the Marxist influence in our culture and society, the Democrat Party's role in promoting. In 2023, I wrote a book called The Democrat Party Hates America, my longest book. It sold hundreds of thousands of copies and exposed the long, poisonous history of the Democrat Party. And as you know, as is my practice, I spend considerable time on radio and TV discussing these books and my research and my argument. I'm an activist. I'm on a mission. I've always believed that the more we become informed, especially over time, the truth reveals itself to the many. This is why I write these books. I'm asked in these interviews I do by these wonderful hosts, why do you write these books? This is why I write these books. Here's the truth. The written word is much more powerful than the broadcast medium, although both are important. And it also helps explain why so many in the broadcast medium keep asking me what has happened to the Democrat Party. We, the people, are in the know. That's what has happened to the Democrat Party. The Democrat Party is struggling and failing because it stands for virtually everything most Americans reject. Doesn't mean the Democrat Party is finished or that it cannot win future elections. On the contrary, there are many factors that even unpopular parties and movements employ to acquire and retain power. An open border, like changing the election laws and so forth. But take at least some solace in the fact that at this moment in history, right now, you, are making a difference.
Yeah, we've found our way into the hood, so I've already got it on pause after this order. I'm trying to work our way back into the good hood. I might grab a tea, though.
Because of some of the wonderful interviews I
forgot to bring one with me.
My last book interview was this afternoon. As I've said, I've done 100 or more, and at this point, that's enough. Either people want the book on power or they don't. But I want you to understand why I write these books. It's very important. The written word. Does anybody know when any broadcaster said 2019 about anything, Mr. Producer? Very little, right? 2021, 2023, 7.5 weeks ago. Oh, don't get me wrong. There have been profound statements here and there. But oddly enough, it's the written word that lives forever. That's why it's so important that when you
across the street here, looks like.
On social media, you think about what you're posting. The written word lasts forever. Forever. 100 years from now, 200 years from now, 10 years from now, who knows?
All right, be right back.
These hosts have been fantastic who've interviewed me for this book. Some have compared me to Rush. Some have compared me to Tocqueville. Some have been going beyond that. There was only one Rush. There was only one de Tocqueville. I get it. I know it. I'm just Mark Levin, and this is what I do. And this is what I do. These books aren't written as an afterthought. These books aren't written for money. In fact, the least amount of money I receive is from books. I have no co-authors. I have no ghostwriters. The vast majority of people who ask you to read or buy, quote-unquote, their books have both. I have neither. And I never have. I just can't bring myself to come to you and my radio audience, TV audience, and encourage you to do something under false pretenses. I can't do it. Can't do it. You know, in Men in Black, my first book, some of my friends helped do the research. You'll notice in the acknowledgement section, I said their names and thank them. But you'll notice that in the vast majority of my books, I don't do that. Because I do the research. All of it.
Smells fishy up in here.
I'm going to try and make a case.
Smells like some thanky pussy.
Mr. Producer, you can open your microphone. How many people write my monologues? 0. 0. Rich, you've been with me how many years?
About 22.
22 years. You can ask the people who I work with on Blaze, my producers. You can ask my producers at Fox, on Life, Liberty, and Levin. How many people write your monologues, your opening statement? None. 0. That's not really that important. What's important is the content, I hope. I think that's the goal. 23 years behind this microphone, right, Rich? Is that what we figured out? 23 years. I do things a little different.
Raising Cane's.
Depends on the day. Depends on what's happening. I spend a lot of time on history and philosophy and books. And for the most part, program directors and general managers who run stations or a group of stations, they've understood this. The show's different. It's different. My Fox show is different. I have two guests, sometimes one guest. Long form interviews, not a machine gun process of guests and issues and this, that, and the other. You have reacted very positively over the years. What I'm saying is the Democrat Party has been exposed in part by us. The media that's given it air cover has been exposed.
Is anybody here?
The ideology that moves that party, that is that party, what I call American Marxism, and I would now add Islamism and anti-Semitism, has been exposed. It's been exposed. In the Democrat Party's history, bigotry and racism and anti-Semitism, and so much more has been exposed in exquisite detail. Exquisite detail. And you don't have to memorize what I say here or elsewhere. Grab the book and turn the page. There it is. And over the years, thousands of citations. Thousands. Give the original source material. The reason the Democrat Party
But we'll see.
is having problems
Apparently this
figuring out
thing's
who it is
faster.
today is really not an issue of figuring out who it is today. It has, from its very beginning, been a party that has rejected Americanism. From slavery to segregation, Marxism, Islamism, and anti-Semitism. None of those things are Americanism. None of them. None of them. CRT, 1619 Project, EEI, rejecting merit and individualism. It's not Americanism. It's the opposite. Secularism, massive bureaucracies, centralized government programs. It's not our founding. That's not who we are. That's not what makes America great. It doesn't nurture the individual. It doesn't give breathing room to an individual's free will. You're the sovereign. That's not Americanism. Wokeism. Rest of it. They've been exposed.
No worries, man.
There are millions and millions.
If I turn the chat off and on, a lot of times it resets
read these books. We've listened to this program over the day.
Oh, there it is. Yeah.
Now watch my program on
Caught up.
Fox and others. Don't get me wrong, and others. You are citizens.
Oh, they're closed because of the holiday.
You are involved citizens. The fact that you even listen to this program, the fact that you listen to this program and not something else at the same time, all the alternatives that you have, says a lot about you and your priorities and what's important to you. The fact that millions of you have purchased my books says a lot about you. When people say books are done, they're so blasé. They're so yesterday. You make the difference. Why do I do 3 book signings? I don't have to do any book signings. Because I want to hear and see people, look them in the eye, hear what they have to say. The Reagan Library, we had a sold-out crowd. The library, which is a huge library, a fantastic library, I encourage you to visit it. It was filled to the rest. And almost to a person, they said the same thing. Do you like it when you discuss history and philosophy? Do you like when you discuss this and that? People are already reading the books as they stand in line. Same with the Barnes and Noble group and rest. Same with the others.
Raising Cane's is not open. So see, that's
And so
yet
I
another
believe
place
it
that's
has
not
an
open.
impact.
That's why I'm trying to get into the area where
It has
everything's
an
open.
impact over time. So when hosts and pundits are asking what's going on, what's happening,
What's
it's because
happening?
they spend too much time bouncing like a ping pong ball from one quick subject to the next, from one superficial issue to the next, without slowing down and having a discussion with you, which is what I try to do. I'll be right back.
Mark Levin.
Did you know that your largest investment asset might not be your retirement account or home? I'm Jay Jackson, CEO of Abacus Life. Most people don't realize that their life insurance policy is actually an asset they can sell. But for almost 20 years,
Is Chick-fil-A
Abacus
open
has been
today?
purchasing life
It's
insurance
not Sunday.
policies
It's a
from
holiday, but
just
it's not
like you.
Sunday.
We've even created a free policy value calculator at abacuspays.com so you can find out in seconds what we might pay for your policy. There are no fees and no
And they're
obligations,
closed.
just information.
Of
Knowing the
course.
value of your life insurance policy is as important as knowing the value of your home,
Fuckers.
your equity portfolio,
Fuckers.
or your finances in total. Discover the valuable information you need to understand the current market value for your life insurance.
Cold Stone.
And
Cold
make your
Stone's
real
open.
value from your life
You know what? That
insurance
sounds delicious.
immediate with
Ooh,
Abacus.
pastries.
Visit abacuspays.com to
Oil
learn
Shack,
more.
BB
Use
Bop,
our free policy value
Hookah
calculator
Vape,
today.
Kung Fu Tea. Man, that sounds good.
There
Some
are a
Kung
lot
Fu
of
Tea.
things that make this country great. Freedom of speech, an entrepreneurial spirit, football season, double bacon cheeseburgers, Bigfoot sightings, and you. That's
Cold
right.
Stone, not really
You
that
make this
packed.
country great because you help keep it running every
Wow.
day, which means your diesel engine needs to keep
Wow.
running too. And that means your diesel needs Power
They're
Service
fucking
Clear
packed.
Diesel Fuel and Tank Cleaner.
Get
Because
the
all
fuck
diesel
over
is
there.
better with a clean tank. If you're changing fuel filters more often than usual, it's time to use Clear Diesel. It removes water and disperses diesel fuel contaminants, such as bugs and slime, to clean your tank and keep fuel fresh. Use this advanced fuel tank cleaning technology as a vital part of any preventative maintenance program or for immediate cleanup of fuel tanks. Power Service Clear Diesel Fuel and Tank Cleaner for a diesel that performs great, so you perform great. Learn more at
What the hell's going on
powerservice.com.
at this mall?
Do you really want to trust your mission critical business system to the
Looks like
latest
some
AI
shady
hype?
shit going on
As
over
the
here.
backbone of modern business, ERP systems are the ideal platform for unlocking AI's transformative potential. And you need AI that works for you from a vendor you can trust. Acumatica is the world's fastest growing cloud business management solution because we put our customers first. Unlike competitors who bolt AI capabilities onto outdated features, we leverage AI to solve real business problems. With Acumatica, you can be more decisive with AI-powered insights, get more done with intuitive AI assistance, and increase performance with intelligent automation, all while minimizing risk and ensuring your data remains private, secure, and in your control. Over 10,000 companies trust Acumatica to deliver innovations that are practical and transformative. Visit Acumatica.com to discover how you get AI that works for you. Acumatica, building the future of business
All
together.
right, let's just get an iced tea from McDonald's.
Is a daily balancing act. One late shipment, one price hike, one employee issue, and your whole month, maybe the entire year.
We'll get
could
back
be
on the
in
road.
trouble. That's where LendSeek comes in. I needed $100,000 fast to keep up with
Forgot to
inventory demand.
pack one today.
LendSeek had me funded the
They
same
actually
day
offered
I
me one at
applied.
the
Between their AI
or at
platform,
Taco Bell
finding the
earlier. I
fastest
should have
deal,
taken it.
and a dedicated funding specialist guiding the process, it couldn't have been easier. Our AI-driven platform matches your business with the right program from over 100 funders, up to $2 million in as fast as 24 hours. Don't wait until it's too late. If you've been in business at least 2 years with more than $500,000 in annual revenue, qualifying is simple. No collateral, no out-of-pocket costs, no hassle. From lines of credit, term loans to revenue-based financing, LendSeek is open for business. Apply in minutes at lendseek.com. That's LendSeek.com.
I think one of the most important conservative values is personal responsibility. Mike Slater. Freedom is not the end of the story. It's just the beginning. It's what we do with our freedom.
We're just gonna get a frappe, I guess.
Woke DEI stuff. No. We're only looking for the best, and we're looking for excellence. And then the family. The left said that the nuclear family is white supremacy. No, the nuclear family is the bedrock of America.
Points up.
Daily with Mike Slater. Weekdays from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. Eastern. Conservative principles live here. Sirius XM Patriot, Channel 125. David Webb. Conservatism is a movement, and one that has helped America become a much better nation. We've overcome the dark parts of our history, and we've done that to move forward as one nation, and we cannot be divided by the hard left. Conservative principles live here. The David Webb Show, weekdays from 9 a.m. to noon Eastern on Sirius XM Patriot, Channel 125, and on the Sirius XM app.
Individual freedom.
Limited government. Conservative principles live here.
We are
Sirius XM Patriot, Channel 125.
Thank you for choosing McDonald's. How can I help you?
And my motor is going through now.
This is Mark Levin wishing you a
There we
happy
go.
Labor Day. Now back to
It's NJ98.
Okay, hold on just a second.
free speech is the crux of the matter.
No.
Free speech, the purpose of which is
Go ahead and
manifold,
blow around.
and one of them, the crucial purposes of which is for you and me and we to communicate with each other about what's going on.
I had some points that were expiring, so
Negative power into hypocrisy.
goes to frappe.
Well, that's what we need to use in the most aggressive way possible. When we come back, I want you to hear from Harry Enten, the CNN chief data analyst at CNN, about the Democrat Party. We've got a lot to cover, so stick with me. We'll be right back.
In business, they say you can have better, cheaper, or faster, but you only get to pick two. What if you could have all three at the same time? That's exactly what Cohere, Thomson Reuters, and Specialized Bikes have, since they upgraded to the next generation of the cloud, Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. OCI is the blazing fast platform for your infrastructure, database, application development, and AI needs, where you can run any workload in a high availability, consistently high performance environment and spend less than you would with other clouds. How is it faster?
We wake up this other
OCI's
phone so
block
we can
storage
see
gives you
what's
more
going on in chat.
operation
I'm not
per
seeing
second.
chat on studio, I think.
OCI costs up to 50% less for compute, 70% less for storage, and 80% less for networking. Better? In test after test, OCI customers report lower latency and higher bandwidth versus other
I think it's just studio not showing the chat.
for AI and all your biggest workloads. Right
So I'm
now,
going to turn this on. I should have had this other phone going already anyway.
Head to oracle.com/patriot. That's oracle.com/patriot. Hi, this is professional golfer Mark O'Meara. When it came to building my personal putting green, I called.
Oh, never had me. Oh, hey, Dirty. Not seeing you, dude. Didn't see any of your chat. The chat's it's just caught up. No, it still isn't catching up. What the fuck? All right, that's why I opened up this other phone. I can see you guys' chat now. Hey, Dirty.
Call the pros at Celebrity Greens 1-888-507-7960 or visit them online at celebritygreens.com. Profiting from the financial markets has never been easier. TrueTrade introduces the world's first one-click AI-assisted trading platform. No trading experience? No problem. Just purchase their platform.
That's why I opened up this other phone.
Download their mobile app and turn it on. It's that simple. No need to worry about what or when to trade. With just one click, their AI software handles.
So who's Pickles?
No learning, no experience, no.
That's the name of my cat. One of my cats.
TrueTrade software runs on autopilot with its AI risk management protecting your downside. Don't have funds to trade with? No problem. TrueTrade offers an unprecedented money-back guarantee on their software. Plus, get a guarantee of at least $300,000 in tradable funds. You keep the profits. Join thousands worldwide who are already profiting from their AI-driven trade technology. Are you ready to step up your cash flow? Head over to TrueTrade.io. That's TrueTrade.
You know what? Let me close for a second, guys, because I'm going to close this and then reopen it. Hopefully that helps.
Technological leap ever in Titleist driver design, delivering unmatched speed, launch, and stability for total driving performance. Discover the next generation of driving excellence.
See if that helps.
Titleist GT. Visit Titleist.com to find a fitter near you.
Navigating life stages, Caring Transitions offers support for every step of the way. For seniors relocating or downsizing, we offer a compassionate, individualized approach that provides comprehensive solutions.
I got 17 minutes to get back to my non-ghetto zone. Because even though that was into the ghetto, they actually tipped pretty decent. So it's like the gentrified ghetto. So they still tip okay there.
Embracing new beginnings with confidence. All the PGA Tour Radio Network's daytime hosts invite you to tee it
Zippy and Booger
at the iconic Kiowa Island Golf Resort at the second Discover South Carolina Cup, September 7th through the 10th. Kiowa's hosted PGA Championships won by Rory and Phil, and also the famous War by the Shore Ryder Cup battle. Now you can join your PGA Tour radio host for 3 days of golf and golf talk.
I got Dirty's favorite hat on tonight, although I took it off for this ride.
Haven't filed returns in years? Don't face it alone. At Tax Network USA, our licensed tax attorneys and IRS enrolled agents.
It's got a little shot of espresso in this frappe, so hopefully it wakes me up a little bit. I didn't realize taking that shower after cutting the 2 acres of grass, I would be that tired. We're doing pretty good on dashing so far, so I want to head back into the suck. Give me that, crumbles. It's mocha frappe with caramel drizzle and Oreo crumbles and an espresso shot. But the frappe was free because I had points that were going to expire if I didn't use them. So.
7463. I even answer my own phone or go to PineValleyAutotics.com. Your feet will thank you as much as I do.
Ooh, and she's working it up good too.
Channel 125.
Conservative principles live here.
Fancy schmancy. Hey, it was free, man. Actually, $2.10 with all the extras I got on it. Normally, a frappe is just like $5 these days. It's like $4 or something like that. Here we go. The camera around. We need those YouTube views and chats again. It's a new month. I'm getting a haircut Wednesday, by the way. Getting rid of the mop. Dude, it looks delicious. But she had more. Look at her. This girl's like hooking it up. Damn.
4 more years of the river to the sea, the marches, the colleges and universities. He would have been finished. Be great in the military.
You know, a big girl knows how to do a frappe.
You stop.
She's hooking it up.
You have to be resolute.
Yes, you hooked it up. Thank you. Holy crap. Look at this motherfucker. It's huge. Put all that shit in it. Oh, big old hunks of fucking Oreo in there. She wrapped it in napkins too because it's dripping along on the edges. I wipe it down. Because I can't leave it in the napkin wrap. Is there a trash can here or the trash can right here? Let me run out to this trash can. So I can't do all this.
What are you doing? Oh my goodness. What are you talking about here? Big party registration changes
I paid $2.10 for that with all my extras. All right, let's get into the suck. Get back into the grind. Dash Mart. No, that ain't it. Oh, I don't know why this fucking chat's not working. EBD video. I think that's the type of order she's used to, though. I will say that. I'm going to go out the side door here. Or side drive. All right, let's go get back into it.
Democrats to their side of the ledger, as well as picking up new voters, registering new voters, and it absolutely paid off for them back in the 2024 election. Now, of course, Donald Trump has been president since January.
Join us over on Rumble. We need those Rumble chats. It's the first of the month, man. EBT video. There you go. Got to get those 20 uniquers unless they fucking add yet another fucking new clause. I haven't seen it yet. Or looked.
To 8 years ago, they are in their best position in these key 4 swing states.
Team recovery. What a bunch of fucking
20 years. You have to go back at least 20 years.
there.
At least in the case of Nevada.
Pockets of this dark cloud that has the potential of metastasizing. When you look at New York City, but not undone.
Here we go.
Minneapolis, when you look at some of these other areas, when you look at damage that was in fact done by the Biden regime,
we're back,
by these federal judges, by the bureaucracy, they're not going away, which was my point to Victor Davis Hanson. They're not going away. They never go away. We're talking about electoral politics right now. They operate through electoral politics, but mostly through the permanent government that they've created. Activists, lifetime appointed judges, and effectively activists, lifetime appointed bureaucrats. Donald Trump has reached down into the bureaucracies, reached down into the culture and society where few have ever gone, the conservative Republican side, and he's dealt with it. He's dealing with it. Thanks to you, because you elected him, despite all the stacks. Why did you do that? Because you're informed.
Oh, fucking Pheno Palpatine ganglion neuralgia.
Because you understand.
Oh my goodness.
You know, you and I,
Pheno Palpatine ganglion neuralgia is so bad.
You were considered too cutting, too hot. The words Marxists and communists reintroduced into our society through my book, American Marxism. When I went on Fox, when I went on other networks, behind this microphone, I said, stop saying progressive. socialists. They are what they are. Call them what they are. The President of the United States calls them what they are. Now you do, and I do. Because we talk about it. I wrote about
yelling.
this at length. 1.5 million of you nearly read about it in American Marxism. If it's Marxism, it's Marxism. Why give them cover? Even when I was being interviewed for my book, American Marxism, some of those interviewing me tried to steer clear of it, and I insisted, no. You don't identify what is or what it is, you defeat it. In that same book, I talk about the Marxist. Oppressed versus oppressor. And I spoke of it over and over and over again. And now, by virtually every host on Fox, every host on conservative radio, and that's a very, very good thing. A very good thing. Because that one phrase helps to explain a lot. But so much more.
Yeah, I'm doing good.
So much more. Many of you were
I'm just answering messages from the wifey about our puppy.
When I called out the fake mag,
Oh, it's phenylpalatine ganglion neurology. You know what that is?
President Trump, who sounded more like Bernie Sanders.
It means brain freeze.
I identified them by name.
It's a medical term for brain freeze.
And they've been trashing our country, but pretending they were American first. I identified them by name. We're buying into the Islamist anti-Semitism.
He's yelling.
Regurgitating it. Still do.
You go, Mark. Mark Levin.
When others refused. When others were fearful.
We're going to pull in the sheets and go live again. We'll see what happens.
Cannot be defined.
And gas is cheap down here. We might just grab gas before we go live again. $2.66.
Values and beliefs.
Damn.
Consider, to digest, to debate.
Yeah, let's do that before we go live. Let's get some fuel.
Racism, anti-Semitism is not who we are.
5 minutes. Easy.
Economic socialists.
Takes less than 5 minutes to fill up this tank.
That's not who we are. And I talked again and again. Name them. And we have nothing in common with these people. They're not who they say they are. Yet more and more they make America great again. What does that mean? Make America great again was Ronald Reagan's campaign slogan in 1984. He won 49 states. One of the most massive electoral victories in American history. The Electoral College in the Minnesota, D.C.
Didn't mean to scare you there, homie.
Rhode Island, Massachusetts.
Well, I'm going to that area near Dash Mart. Yeah, I'm near there now. I'm actually going to go live here.
Every single state.
Okay, fuel door open. Yeah, we know fuel door open. Let's figure out some things here.
He would have won Minnesota too. The home state of the Democrat candidate, Walter Mondale. He almost won it. Peace through strength. Reaganism.
Shit.
Donald Trump. Make America great again. MAGA. Donald Trump, peace through strength.
We're back.
There's a reason why Donald Trump hangs Ronald Reagan's official White House portrait over his left shoulder behind the Resolute desk in the Oval Office. Reagan had a massive appeal to blue-collar voters, to union members. He received the endorsement of the Teamsters in 1980 and 1984. He understood. As our brother Craig Shirley will tell you in his multiple books he's written about Reagan, a great historian. that Reagan appealed to all Americans, and especially blue-collar Americans.
All right, we're going live.
Donald Trump
Boom, boom, sheets.
won a landslide.
All right, going live. Resume. See what happens. How
Wasn't as
fast we
big
get
as
in
Reagan's,
order.
but it's as big as can be. Why? Because of the demographic changes.
All right, we're
And
going to
has
head
been
down by
legislated the Democrat Party.
Dash Mart because there's actually orders down there apparently. We'll see.
And yet look what Trump did. A massive landslide. Every single swing state. And he would have won them bigger than was reported.
Oh shit, already in order.
The census
Meyer, oh shit.
was inaccurate.
We got a shopping order. It's a small one.
The census
It's $9 for this order.
was inaccurate.
Got it. How many items?
Yeah.
I'm going to get some beer, some Yinlings, and some buzz balls. All right, let's do that. Where's Meyer from here? McCord?
Okay. Massive landslide.
I don't even know where Meyer is from here. What Meyer they're trying to take me to?
But won them nonetheless.
Get some Yinglings.
Using the same or similar argument.
Well, I'm going to have to check ID and shit on this order.
Very different personalities. But two great communicators in their own way. Two great communicators.
Apparently there's a Meyer on Central that I didn't know about.
Makes a big difference. My honor to know Reagan and to know Trump. I can tell you that right now. In both cases, America rose up, voted overwhelmingly for it. Overwhelmingly.
I don't know why the Rumble chat isn't popping up on the studio though. Yeah, Yinling mirror.
The Democrat Party has changed.
They don't sell that in some states.
It's always been a bigoted party. It's always been a racist party.
And two little buzz balls, those little cocktail balls.
It has. It has. It's always been a big government party, central government party. It's always been a party that rejects the Constitution, slavery and segregation and all the rest. It's just that it's been exposed. Despite the fact that it owns the media. Because of you. Because of you. We'll be right back.
Mark Levin.
Oh, I know where this Myers is, but I've never been to it.
Step inside Ed Sheeran's world. I didn't just drop a new album play, we built a whole channel around it. Hear the songs that shaped his life, the global sounds behind play, and exclusive stories he's never told before, all handpicked by Ed. The songs that shaped me, and a few guilty pleasures. The Ed Sheeran channel.
Wish I knew where the alcohol was in this Myers.
And Friday on Channel 79.
Every fucking Myers laid out different too.
Professional job search is hard. You know the perfect job is out there.
Voodoo Brewing. What?
Let Specialized Recruiting Group help find a role that fits. With companies that are hiring now. Get started at srgpros.com. Specialized Recruiting Group offers a path to contract and full-time roles. Take the next step in your career at srgpros.com. That's srgpros.com.
My name is Preston James. I've been a stock and options trader for 23 years. I used to be an active swing trader, but that all changed once I discovered my Money Press weekly paycheck method. These days, I'm a passive trader, pulling in more cash while being able to sleep at night than I ever dreamed possible. I'm passionate about the market, and I like to keep it simple. My methods are changing thousands of lives, and I'm confident it can change yours. But let the proof do the talking. By going to accountproof.com, that's accountproof.com, you'll see a 7-minute video revealing how my Money Press method grew a $54,000 account to $174,000 in less than 9 months. That works out to 5.8%. You'll see the proof right inside my real brokerage account. This isn't about
10 minutes or
overnight
less. Quick
riches,
trip.
but once you discover this for yourself,
Bam.
you can start on this same path.
All right, guys.
You're
Hopefully it'll be
7
15 minutes or
away
less.
from changing everything you thought you knew
See
about
you
trading and investing. Go to accountproof.com to get started. That's accountproof.com.
Do you have a luxury watch you no longer wear or want? Why not sell it for cash you could use now? Worthy is a selling partner you can trust to get you the best value for brands like Rolex, Patek Philippe, Audemars Piguet, and more. With thousands of five-star reviews and features in publications like the New York Times and Forbes, Worthy has already helped 80,000 clients get the most for their watches, diamonds, and jewelry. With our secure online auction, Worthy will help you sell your luxury watch fast with zero risk. You're in complete control, and once your watch sells, payment is fast. If it doesn't sell, we return it to you for free. No strings attached. At Worthy, we succeed when you do because we share the same goal to maximize your earnings. Why settle for less when you can get more? And now, for a limited time, Worthy is cutting fees in half for SiriusXM listeners. Get 50% off your success fee when you go to worthy.com/50. That's worthy.com/50.
Business owners, have you ever considered cashing out and selling your company? If so, it could be worth a lot more than you think. If your business has annual net profits of $4 million to $25 million, you need to call the experts at Carnegie Point. With over 20 years of experience, we specialize in helping business owners like you navigate the process of selling your company smoothly, confidentially, and for the best possible price. Did you know that depending on your industry, you can potentially sell for 8 to over 15 times your annual net earnings? This means that we typically sell our clients' businesses at valuations of $20 million to over $200 million. We know that selling your business can be a big decision. That's why we take the time to understand your goals and guide you through every step of the process. Call Carnegie Point for your free company financial analysis and our expert opinion on what your business is worth. Call 800-599-2022. That's 800-599-2022. Or visit CarnegiePoint.com.
Limited government. Economic opportunity.
We are
Sirius XM Patriot.
Channel 125.
Conservative principles live here.
This is Mark Levin wishing you a happy Labor Day. Now back to the best of me. Now there's certain things you may disagree with President Trump is doing. There were certain things that people disagreed with when Ronald Reagan did them too, as a matter of fact. I know I lived through that. Whether it was amnesty or certain trade barriers that he imposed on particularly Japan and other countries. I get that. Okay. But I look at the trajectory of things. So you can come out and oppose a certain policy or something like that, but I look at the trajectory of it. And that's why I think you take the overall person, the overall agenda, where he's driving the country, who his opponents are, where he's driving them, how he's trying to get the culture back in society, the civil part of society back. This is crucial. Very, very important. In fact, it'll determine whether the nation survives or not. You know, in a world that's gone fully digital, holding something real in your hands feels almost revolutionary. That's what Frontier Magazine is, a piece of history that you can touch. A lasting record of truth in a time when truth is too easily erased. And now Frontier from Blaze Media is back with issue number 3, our boldest, most unapologetic edition yet. With Frontier, you'll own something that can be buried in that cannot be buried in an algorithm. You can share it with a friend, keep it on your shelf, one day hand it to your kids. This was really what was happening back then. The only way to get it, though, is through Blaze Unlimited, your all-access pass to early event access, VIP treatment, members-only content, a premium experience, access to all of our programs, all of our hosts, all of our interactive activity, our documentaries, our investigations. It's a big deal. The first 50 people that respond, you'll save $40 and you'll get digital access to issues 1 and 2, and of course the physical copy of 3, and access to all else that we offer, which is a ton. Just go to blazeunlimited.com/Levin, blazeunlimited.com/LEVIN. Use code BLAZE50 Code Blaze50. It's blazeunlimited.com/Levin, blazeunlimited.com/LEVIN. Use code Blaze50 to unlock the truth, the experiences you cannot get anywhere else. Got a lot more to cover here. We'll move on from my more philosophical and sort of macro statements of what's going on in the country today, but I always feel like it's important to lay the foundation for what's actually taking place in this country, to step back, take a look, and have this discussion with you, because it's crucially important. It's very, very important. People are asking, what's going on with the Democrat Party? It's collapsing. I've said it. It's collapsing, and so forth and so on. Why? Why? Why are
Profiting from the financial markets has never been easier. TrueTrade introduces the world's first one-click AI-assisted trading platform. No trading experience? No problem. Just purchase their platform, connect your trading account, download their mobile app, and turn it on. It's that simple. No need to worry about what or when to trade. With just one click, their AI software handles everything for you. No learning, no experience, no headaches. Whether you're trading a single account or managing an entire portfolio, TrueTrade software runs on autopilot with its AI risk management protecting your downside. Don't have funds to trade with? No problem. TrueTrade offers an unprecedented money-back guarantee on their software. Plus, get a guarantee of at least $300,000 in tradable funds. You keep the profits. Join thousands worldwide who are already profiting from their AI-driven trade technology. Are you ready to step up your cash flow? Head over to TrueTrade.io. That's TrueTrade.io. That's TrueTrade.io. Investing involves risks, including the potential loss of principal. Past performance does not guarantee future results. See terms and conditions.
Online security is a must, and millions are choosing NordVPN to stay safer and more private online. And you can do that too. Get NordVPN with 77% off and up to 3 months extra. NordVPN will encrypt your online traffic from data snoopers and internet service providers, while NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro will reduce risk of phishing and alert you about the fake online shops and known scams. And that's not all. If your email address is leaked to the dark web, you will get an instant notification from the Dark Web Monitor and act accordingly. Get the special NordVPN deal today at nordvpn.com. This offer includes a 77% discount on a 2-year plan and up to 3 extra months. Savings and additional terms apply and can be found on nordvpn.com. The offer is valid until October 15th.
This is Patriot. The United States is blessed with the abundance of coal, oil, and natural gas. And the Trump administration is committed to using them to provide affordable, reliable, and secure energy for the American people. Conservative principles live here. Sirius XM Patriot.
News this hour from Town Hall. I'm Keith Peters in Washington. What's ahead for Congress as they return from their August recess?
Republicans will have to find a way to work with Democrats or around them on a variety of legislative priorities, along with conversations amongst Senate Republicans on changing the chamber's rules to thwart Democratic stalling tactics on Trump's nominations. The Senate is also debating whether to move forward on legislation that would snap steep tariffs on some of Russia's trading partners to pressure Russian President Vladimir Putin on Ukraine. Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. will appear before the Senate Finance Committee to discuss his health care agenda on Thursday. I'm Lisa Dwyer.
A judge has blocked the Trump administration from deporting Guatemalan children who had crossed the border without their families. White House correspondent Greg Clugston reports.
In a dramatic scene, the federal judge issued her order as a group of migrant Guatemalan children, ages 10 to 17, had already been boarded onto planes. She issued a temporary restraining order halting removal of the children for 14 days. Government lawyers maintain that the children were not being deported, but were being reunited with their parents or guardians. The children's lawyers dispute that portrayal, at least in some cases. Greg Clugston, Washington.
President Trump is awarding former New York Mayor Rudy Giuliani the Presidential Medal of Freedom, announcing the honor 2 days after his longtime political ally was badly injured in a traffic accident.
Giuliani was once lauded for leading New York after the September 11th, 2001 attacks, and later sanctioned by courts and disbarred for amplifying false claims about the 2020 election. Wall Street was closed today in honor of the Labor Day holiday. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Reverse mortgage, those two words cause most people to respond in a negative way without thinking. Quite frankly, I thought the same, and I found out I was wrong about these unique tools for retirement planning. Read the book I read. It's called Home Equity and Reverse Mortgages, the Cinderella of the Baby Boomer Retirement, provided by Movement Mortgage, a valued partner. If you're in or close to retirement, you owe it to yourself, whether you need money or not, to learn how to properly use the equity in your home the right way. If you want more cash flow, or simply want to eliminate a mortgage payment, or you would like to see if you can save on income taxes, get this book for free today by going to movement.com/Dinesh or call Movement Mortgage today. 580-REVERSE. That's 580-738-3773.
Movement Mortgage LLC supports equal housing opportunity. NMLS number 39179. For licensing information, please visit nmlsconsumeraccess.org.
All right. Got our beer and buzzballs.
Met privately with President Trump and Vice President Vance to discuss congressional redistricting while in Washington. Correspondent Bernie Bennett.
We picked up an order while we were in there.
Support of a mid-cycle map change following the meetings, but others have expressed President Trump's push in remaking districts in Republicans' favor. It remains unclear if Indiana.
We gotta go pick up pizza.
On redistricting. Republicans hold a 7-2 edge over Democrats in Indiana's congressional delegation. All incumbent GOP congressional representatives have said that they support redistricting. Bernie Bennett in Washington.
Charles Bierbauer, former CNN correspondent and a past president of the White House Correspondents Association, who later became dean of the University of South Carolina's journalism program, has died. He was 83. News and analysis at townhall.com. From Washington, I'm Keith Peters.
Christian, mother, wife, Air Force veteran, gun rights advocate.
This is Stacey on the Right. Here's your host, Stacey Washington.
Welcome to the program. I'm live and direct to you from Washington, D.C., and it's going to be so good tonight. Let's start with our opening verse. It's Psalm 4, verse 1. Answer me when I call to you, my righteous God. Give me relief from my distress. Have mercy on me and hear my prayer. Welcome in. We have a jam-packed program. Starting off with our guests for this evening, we have Chief Mike Banks, Chief of the U.S. Border Patrol. We also have White House Deputy Communications Director Kalen Dorr. He's back.
Right. And the other phone's not working yet, so let me give me a second.
We have White House Deputy Press Secretary Anna Kelly and White House Deputy Assistant to the President and Principal Deputy Communications Director Alex Pfeiffer. So let's start off tonight. This is right in line with a lot of what we're going to do this
afternoon. Yeah, it's going to be a busy night. It's looking like.
At the White House this afternoon. And that is ICE arresting Kilmar Abrego Garcia. His deportation to Uganda is literally imminent. And one of the things that we have really covered here on the show, especially about this so-called Maryland man, is how much he is exactly not a Maryland man. Did you notice that he had the big press briefing this morning? He talked about the persecution of people who are innocent, very vague, very nebulous descriptors, but he had to do it in his own language and then have it translated. Now, what's interesting about that is he's supposedly a Maryland man. Well, in my opinion, if you're a Maryland man, you would speak English. So you have ICE arresting Kilmar Abrego Garcia, and they have now started the process of deportation for him. President Trump is going to allow him to stay here. He's an MS-13 gang member, human trafficker, serial domestic abuser, and even a child predator. And he's not going to be left around here to do these things anymore. So he was arrested at his ICE Baltimore check-in. And of course, we heard wails from mainstream media saying, you know, he shouldn't have been arrested. There was no need to arrest him. He's not a threat. He just doesn't need to be arrested. Well, that's actually not true. So there was a deal on the table. This might not be something that's reported widely, but he was offered
hey, Kelted.
An opportunity to serve
in
Costa Rica.
Rumble, even though I can't see the chat right now. I got to run in.
Because he would have had to plead had to have pled guilty to human trafficking. So he is going to be deported to Uganda. That's a one-way ticket. And Uganda is a third world country, so we're not really sure what's going to happen to him there. Now, he's going to be out of the country, and this is actually shortly into the marathon. But you might be wondering, well, what exactly is he going to push back on this? And that is, he's filed a new federal lawsuit in Maryland. It's a habeas corpus case. The petition isn't actually public right now, but his lawyer told the media that it challenges the Trump administration scheme to send him to Uganda. So the man has money and means and resources to sue, but he doesn't have the means and resources to actually get himself, English lessons. Now, Kilmar Abrego Garcia, who is known otherwise as the Maryland Man, is a Salvadoran national facing human smuggling charges in Tennessee. And the offer that he was given was actually pretty lush, considering that he was going to be convicted. But now he was instructed to report to ICE, and that was this morning. Now, the filing that he made says, quote, despite having requested and received assurances from the government in Costa Rica that Mr. Abrego would be accepted there, within minutes of his release from pretrial custody, an ICE representative informed Mr. Abrego's counsel that the government intended to deport him to Uganda and ordered him to report to ICE's Baltimore field office on Monday morning. And when he did, he was able to be apprehended there. Now, Secretary Noem weighed in. She issued a statement, but also posted to X saying that activist liberal judges have attempted to obstruct our law enforcement at every step of the way, removing the worst of the worst criminal illegal aliens from our country. Now, today we reached a new low. We reached a new low with this publicity-hungry Maryland judge mandating this illegal alien be left here. Now, the dates of the human trafficking, you might remember this, we covered it on the program. This dates back.
This is all for the same dude.
Traffic stop on a Tennessee highway.
Pizza and beer.
He was with 8 passengers, none of whom had any luggage. Now, police suspected human smuggling, but no charges were filed at the time. He's also been accused of physically abusing his wife, Jennifer Vasquez-Sura, who happens to be a U.S. citizen, and he's been accused of having ties to cartel gangsters. Now, here you have also, if you go online to Zero Hedge, if you go to the show notes for tonight's post, for tonight's program, you'll see that Colin Mark has posted video footage of Kilmar Abrego Garcia involved in human smuggling, according to Tennessee state troopers. Now, this is the man Democrats have put their entire party apparatus behind. This is the guy they spend all of their time defending. They're spending precious time where they could be communicating to Americans about an agenda that actually respects law and order and puts American safety first. Instead, they're piling on in support of this man. Now, enter the judicial activism. U.S. District Judge Paula Zinnes, who had ordered the administration to facilitate his return from El Salvador, said that officials must give him and his attorneys at least 72 business hours or notice before carrying out the deportation to a third country. Unbelievable. So I'm just sitting up and thinking of when's the last time the Democrats spent this much time or capital or resources on the defense of an American, or to promote the feelings and thoughts and concerns of families that have had illegal alien crime visited upon them. If you look at where they put their energy and where they put their treasure, it's not on American citizens. They don't seem to care at all about the moms of the children who've been killed, the young women who've been raped and murdered. They never talk about those crime victims, people who have truly been negatively impacted by the illegal alien influx. They never talk about that. And so if you want, maybe ask a Democrat who's your friend or family member, why they never focus on those people, why they never talk about the hostages that Hamas has taken, why they never go into the importance of all of the different places in which our country isn't as safe as it was. And that kind of piggybacks onto coming into D.C. on Sunday night. So I flew in on Sunday evening for the Media Row, which is today in D.C. And what I saw was, first of all, I didn't see the tent encampments. I saw a lot of people out walking in shorts and T-shirts and looking very summery. I saw 4 of the National Guardsmen who were nearby. They were standing in front of a building. You can check my Twitter feed for that video. And they were having a conversation with a D.C. resident. I don't know if it was positive or not, but they were just calmly discussing the four of the guys who were literally from the National Guard protecting the city. So all throughout the news, you find the statistics about crime in Washington, D.C., and how Washington, D.C. residents haven't been able to go out and eat dinner. They haven't been able to move freely about if they want to run out to the store past 10 p.m., you might as well just save that to the next day because it's not safe to be out at night. Well, they've had the past 10 days since President Trump sent the National Guard out with no murders here in D.C. at all. And the shift is palpable. There are so many people who are literally free to move about their city once again. So I'm interested in seeing more, hearing more, knowing more about everything that's going on in Washington, D.C. And I'm interested in seeing more opportunities for businesses to thrive and to have, wait lists again, to have people out all hours of the day and night. It's a bustling capital city of our country. And to have people feel safe about their prospects. If you want to go out, if you want to be a part of nightlife in DC, you can do so without having to worry about your actual livelihood or the harm of.
So we got buzz balls and pizza.
It doesn't have to be a part
doing
of
it right
now. And look at how easily it was done. You have President Trump
Fox Creek
calling out the
leasing
National Guard,
office,
putting them in place, and leaving them.
Oh,
so
yeah,
that
yeah.
safety
Reminder,
can
this
be
order
the
has
new
alcohol.
rule of
Please
the
make sure
day
you get
in
ID.
Washington, D.C.
Yep,
I couldn't love it more, and I'm so ready to see what else President Trump has in store. Right now, I want to also turn to a couple of other things. News
I can't
items
see
for
shit.
the day here as I'm.
Requested you hand them the order. They added the following instructions. Hand it to me. Same building as leasing office Fox Creek.
Okay. This must be it right here.
Because investors are looking ahead to NVIDIA earnings being shared later in the week. Now, the NASDAQ is tech heavy, and they reversed earlier losses to rise 0.1%.
Sweet 35 right in front of us.
But that was propped up by gains in NVIDIA.
We'll see.
So, broad market S&P 500 traded
We shall see.
30 stock Dow Jones Industrial Average dropped by 303 points, which is just less than 1%. But NVIDIA shares were almost 2% higher. So the question is, for regular people who might have brokerage accounts who buy individual stocks, is it time to buy NVIDIA? Intel shares were last down about 1%. So you're comparing NVIDIA to other stock offerings and trying to figure out if that's something that you want to jump into. Now, looking at the broader picture having to do with the economics of our country, you have probabilities of economic expansion and slowdown. People are saying either one could happen. I happen to think that President Trump is going to lead a V-shaped recovery of the likes of which we've never seen before, and that if you're interested in seeing your money grow, you should be getting into the market. But until then, we're going to be covering that here and talking about it. And I have more for you on that in later programs. Right now, we're going to head into the break. When we get back, we're going to be chatting with none other than Chief Mike Banks, Chief of the U.S. Border Patrol. Stay right there.
Conservative voices built on freedom, powered by you. Thank you for taking my call. The reason I called today is I wanted to talk about the midterms. The Democrat Party, they're crazy, they're lunatic. Join the conversation. With respect to Israel fighting Gaza, everybody remembers the 1,200 plus people that were killed. What people forget is that 5,000 missiles were launched into Israel as well. Your voice is heard here. Sirius XM Patriot, Channel 125.
Guys, now's the time to refresh your closet. Untuckit's biggest Labor Day sale ever is going on now for a limited time. You can take 25% off everything and stock up on your favorite wrinkle-free shirts, performance styles, pants, and even new styles for her. Plus, get up to 60% off clearance styles. It's our best Labor Day offer ever, so shop the Labor Day sale today at untuckit.com. More than 80 stores. Untuckit, shirts designed to be worn, untucked.
On Fox 1, you can stream your favorite news, sports, and entertainment. Live, all in one app. It's raw and unfiltered. This is the best thing ever. Watch breaking news as it breaks. Breaking tonight, we're following two major stories. And catch history in the making. Candy! Debates, drama, touchdowns. It's all here, baby. Fox One, we live for live. Streaming now.
My name is Preston James. I've been a stock and options trader for 23 years. I used to be an active swing trader, but that all changed once I discovered my Money Press weekly paycheck method. These days, I'm a passive trader hauling in more cash while being able to sleep at night than I ever dreamed possible. I'm passionate about the market and I like to keep it simple. My methods are changing thousands of lives and I'm confident it can change yours. But let the proof do the talking. By going to accountproof.com, that's accountproof.com, you'll see a 7-minute video revealing how my Money Press method grew a $54,000 account to $174,000 in less than 9 months. That works out to 5.8% per week. You'll see the proof right inside my real brokerage account. This isn't about overnight riches, but once you discover this for yourself, you can start on this same path overnight. You're 7 minutes away from changing everything you thought you knew about trading and investing. Go to accountproof.com to get started. That's accountproof.com.
From comedy icons like Eddie Murphy, Joan Rivers, Rodney Dangerfield, and Jeff Foxworthy, to modern masters like Jerry Seinfeld, Dave Chappelle, and Kevin Hart. It's stand-up at its best, 24/7. Timeless jokes, unforgettable punchlines.
This one's I'd like to say to the doctor, you know what? I'm not ready for you yet. Why don't you go back in your little office? I'll be in a minute. And get your pants on.
Legends who made us laugh for generations. Comedy greats, where comedy icons live. SiriusXM Channel 94 and on the SiriusXM app.
It's a cheap order, but it's a quick one, so we'll take it.
This is Stacy on the Right on Sirius XM Patriot 125.
Welcome back to Stacy on the Right here on Sirius XM's Patriot Channel.
It's a short one.
To have for the first time Chief Mike Banks. He's the chief of the U.S. Border Patrol, and he's joining me now on the show from the India Room in the Eisenhower Executive Office Complex. Thank you so much, sir, for joining me.
Thank you for having me on, Stacey.
All right, so I'm going to throw it right back to you. What do you want us to know that's new and exciting about your work on Border Patrol, especially now that you have the support of a president and the funding from the One Big Beautiful Bill Act?
So I can tell you this, a couple things I really want the American people to know. Number one, 0. That's the total number of people that the United States Border Patrol has released 3 months running. And we're going into the end of this month. I'm positive I'm going to be to say 4 months running. 0 versus thousands upon thousands a day under the prior administration. The other thing I think is really important to know about the Border Patrol is the morale of the agents is through the roof. When you've got a president that supports you, when you've got a secretary like Secretary Nolan, who's tough as nails and absolutely supports you, she listens to us. When we tell her what we need, she makes sure we get it. You're watching morale go through the roof. Our recruitment numbers, we're breaking records. Our numbers of agents at the academy, we just broke another record. We have over 1,000 agents in training at the academy and a long list that are waiting right behind them to get their spot in the academy. 4,000, just over 4,000 was the total number of people that attempted to enter the United States illegally last month. That's for the month. You can recall, take it back 1 year, 10,000 a day, but a little over 4,000 in 1 month. And we're delivering on that, but we're delivering on it because we've got a president and a secretary who's giving us support, right? We've got ATF, DEA, FBI, ICE. If you work for a federal law enforcement in this country, you're assisting the Border Patrol in getting that border under control. But look, we've got the U.S. Attorney's Office prosecuting those that we're presenting for prosecution. 93% prosecution rate. Never in my career have I seen a 93% prosecution rate of people that we're apprehending and arresting. And so I'll open it up for more questions, but I just want you to know that I couldn't be more proud of the Border Patrol. We're setting the right records, right? We're setting good records. We're breaking records. And the morale, I try to spend as much time as I can in the field while still being up here and getting the job done. But nothing short of amazing the level of support we're getting. And thank the American people that are actually hearing the truth and listening to shows like this and getting the truth. I can't go anywhere without being told how grateful they are for what we're getting done on the border.
Well, I have to chime in and join that chorus because we really are grateful. I remember having Tom Homan on the program in the 4 years that President Trump wasn't in office, and those numbers were so staggering that the people being caught and released into the country with debit cards with 2,500, 5,000, depending on where they were going. They would land in Chicago and get another $9,000 a month in benefits. They were living in fancy hotels at the taxpayer expense. But the most important aspect of it was the crime. it went up by such orders of magnitude. And there were those stories, the ones that went national, sir, that they were heartbreaking. But I would think about the ones that we didn't get to hear about, the families that didn't get national coverage, and they weren't experiencing a level of prosecution. These individuals, they did criminal things, horrible criminal things, and the presidential administration associated with it refused to have a law and order aspect. Because how can you, if you're breaking the law at the border, why would you follow the law in the interior? So when you talk about those numbers, these are things that President Trump ran on. These are things that Tom Homan talked about before he was border czar. Then after he was border czar, I saw on TV last week crowing about these numbers. It's important for Americans to understand how hard this work is. I like to talk about Border Patrol enforcement agency. I'm a huge supporter of law enforcement. My father had 2 careers in law enforcement. I understand the family dynamic behind that is you have a family that's looking for this person to come home every night after very difficult work. The border's a dangerous place, and the drug cartels have control of it for 4 years. What are you looking at now, especially to ensure that no future president can come in and basically partner with a foreign entity, a terror organization like these cartels, to open up our border again?
And so we've done a lot with executive orders, but we need Congress to sit down, knock off the back and forth, and come up with an honest immigration reform and get this concreted into law so that we don't have this problem in the future. But I can tell you what I'm going to do as the chief of the Border Patrol. I'm going to build that wall way ahead of time. I'm going to be way ahead of schedule. I'm not going to leave a bunch of metal laying on the ground for another administration to sell off on pennies on the dollar, off the taxpayers' backs. I'm going to put the right policies in place. I'm going to remove policies the prior administration put in place that usurped law and prevented our agents from actually going out and honoring their oath. What a lot of people may not know about me is that I retired from the Border Patrol during the Biden administration. I did not feel that I could honor my oath and do what that administration asked me to do. So I was retired for 24 hours. I was picked up by Governor Abbott to be the Texas border czar, where I went down for the last 2 years and was pretty much doing anything you saw on the news on the border. That was me as the Texas border czar. And I was asked to come back to this administration. And I knew from what we had seen in the level of support from the White House in Trump 45 that I could not turn down the opportunity to come back and lead the men and women of the Border Patrol. And I can tell you it's the greatest honor of my life to be out here fighting for the agents every day. And you talk about protecting our agents. You see media and you see some congressmen saying, why is an agent wearing a mask, right? Look, it's 110 degrees in South Texas right now. It's about 93% humidity. An agent doesn't want to wear a mask. But an agent doesn't want people following him home. They don't want him identifying his family, right? And so what Congress needs to be doing is creating laws that make doxing of federal agents conducting their jobs, make it illegal. I always joke and tell people that I got a face for radio, and so I shouldn't be on TV. But I will tell you this. We need to make sure that we are protecting those agents that are out there doing it. And a lot of it comes from rhetoric. When you have politicians using things like, oh, these guys are kidnapping, right? No, you want to talk about kidnapping. A couple of weeks ago, we raided a marijuana grow in LA. And the media would tell you that, oh, you're going to pay more for your tomatoes now. No, you're going to pay more for your marijuana now, but not your tomatoes.
Right.
But what they don't talk about is the 16 juveniles, age 14 and under, that were child trafficked, labored onto this marijuana farm and were working there. And surprise, they were part of the 380,000 missing children that got lost under the Biden administration. And so that's a kidnapping, right? You don't hear the left media talking about the fact that we rescued 16 kids that were child labor trafficked into this country and that were kidnapped from their families and put in these places to work. But they'll tell you that Border Patrol or ICE is kidnapping someone because we're arresting someone for violating the law. That type of language has really got no place. These are law enforcement officers. They're out there doing their job, right? If you dislike that law, then work with your partners to get the law changed, but don't target law enforcement officers. We've been really successful in identifying a lot of these people that are targeting us, and we've been able to go back and make arrests after the fact and get prosecutions on them. And so we're going to continue to do that. We're going to be unapologetic in enforcing our nation's laws on the border, or anywhere else in this country for that matter. We're the U.S. Border Patrol, and we're not limited to just a line in the sand on the border.
Well, I'll tell you, I think you have a face for freedom, so go do whatever you want to do, sir. But I have to tell you, I saw one of the arrests that was kind of of unfortunately live streamed by an observer, a person who's been doxing agents and is kind of a illegal immigration TikToker. Like her whole persona revolves around that. She was arrested, and I mean, it was theatrical, screaming. She had to be carried from the vehicle by her hands and feet because she wouldn't get out and cooperate. And I noticed the agents wore masks. I know they don't want to be masked in this heat. They don't try to be masked at all because they're not interested in protecting their identities unless their children and their families are at risk. And that's why we're seeing that. And I personally feel as if we can be forced to be masked and our 2-year-olds can be forced in preschool for COVID, then certainly for the protection of these agents, they can be masked, protect their identities. Let's talk a little bit about and this is clearly a place where President Trump has excelled, and that is basically just he stitched the border shut. His policy on funding your agency, you talked about the reversal in the recruiting. I can understand why recruiting numbers were low during the Biden administration. Who wants to support illegal immigration? But now, we're going to have full staff. Where do you see the deportation effort, the mass deportation effort? Are we going to be able to hit the targets that we were hoping for?
So I believe we can, right? I believe we can. It's a matter of having the right resources, right? And as we're building detention camps, right, or we're building immigration jails.
I'm here, guys. I don't know if you guys can hear me or see me.
As long as we get a place to put them.
My signal's going out a couple times.
It always came through resourcing. And so with the big, beautiful bill, all of our sister agencies have been funded very well as well so that we can move forward and do this. So I believe we can. And I'm going to give you a number that I think is very important. 66%. 66% of everyone we're arresting on the interior are criminal illegal aliens, meaning they've committed a crime, not just the crime of illegally entering. And people say, well, what about the other 33%? Well, yes, because criminal illegal aliens, who do they prey on? They prey on other illegal aliens because they hope that they're not going to report it. And so when you target criminal illegal aliens, you're going to find people that are just illegally in the country, right? But again, look, America's the greatest country in the world. And as long as we're the greatest country in the world, people are always going to try to come here. But you need to come through the front door, let us know who you are and what your intentions are, not to sneak in my window in the middle of the night, right? This country was built on immigrants. We're going to survive and thrive with positive legal immigration. But you won't find a border patrol that's anti-immigrant. But we are anti-illegal immigrant. We're going to enforce the law. We're going to be unapologetic about enforcing the law, right? And if I've got to cover my face to protect my wife and kids, then I'll cover my face, But I'm very proud of what the Border Patrol's doing. I know an agent out there that's not. I might add my wife's an agent too, right? So, but we absolutely are very proud of what we do, and we're going to continue doing that. I have no doubt we're going to get our numbers. You're going to see it continue to grow. As it continues to grow, we're going to get there.
So I'm happy about that. I tend to take the same thought process where it's incremental. I mean, we were going to start off with a few small bites. We had some serious resistance in the judiciary, really unfortunate judicial activism, and that has been nipped in the bud by the Supreme Court. We're hoping that these judges will comply. I mean, it's difficult for Democrats to follow the law of any kind of rule or edict. They're usually against it, but I think the other part that's unsung here is not just the Border Patrol agents themselves, but as I mentioned before, the crime victims, those who have been victimized. There's a certain level of recovery that comes from seeing law and order implemented. It's a way of kind of assuring them that what they went through won't happen again because someone cared enough to fix the problem. That's President Trump, that's you and your agency and all of your fantastic agents. Close us out here. Anything else you'd like to add? And I can't let you leave without thanking you for, first of all, for your service, for returning during the Trump administration, and also being a strong law and order leader and leading the Border Patrol agents. It means a lot to those of us who live in areas that are, St. Louis is known for crime. It's a wonderful place to live, actually, but that's the reputation that it has. We would like to see that reversed. And I think under this administration, you at the helm, it's going to be a fantastic turnaround.
You're going to see it. You're going to see it reversed. We're already seeing it reversed, and we're going to every city in America and purging ourselves of those criminals that are in this country illegally. We are going to enforce the law. Two things I want to touch on. One is that you're absolutely right. When someone has been victimized or someone in your family has been victimized and you see that there's no consequence for that action, you're just being re-victimized. And so when you actually see that somebody's being brought to justice, in a nation that is built on a nation of laws, it doesn't take away your pain or your hurt, but it lets you know that it wasn't for nothing. And then I'm going to leave you with one last number that's very, very underreported. 1.6 million. 1.6 million people that were in this country illegally have chose to leave on their own because, surprise, surprise, when the probability of being apprehended and deported actually exists, right? Why stick around? And so 1.6 million so far in 7 months have said, you know what? I'm not waiting around to get caught. I'm going to go ahead and pack up and leave now. And good. And we encourage another 1.6 million to go in the next 6 months, and 2 million a month after that. If you're here illegally, leave. You may have a chance to be able to try to come back legally in the future. But if you don't leave now, then you'll leave on our terms.
Well, I have been giving that PSA on the show, encouraging people to take the $1,000 in free flight. It also means you don't have to actually be actively deported, and that is a kind of a rough process for people.
It is.
It's intentionally a rough process because it is the remediation of a criminal act that has been committed.
Absolutely.
And I've encouraged people to give the opportunity to sell your items, make some money, mail some things to your home country. Leave in an orderly fashion. Do not leave in a way that your family could be separated. I know that's not the policy, but you don't know what happens if you subject yourself to deportation because you have criminally entered the country. Leave on your own volition. Take the largesse of the American taxpayers, and it does actually save us money when people deport themselves.
Absolutely.
So I reiterate, I think it's a great way to close out here. It's such a pleasure to have you on the show.
Thank you so
We
much.
hope to talk to you again soon, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Thank
you
you.
for coming on. Huge thanks to the Chief of the U.S. Border Patrol, Chief Mike Banks, for joining us here. And we're going to return with more of our time at the White House Media Row in D.C. right after this. This is SiriusXM.
This is Patriot. On day one of the Trump administration, we declared an all-out war on the dealers, smugglers, traffickers, and cartels. Within moments of taking office, I deployed the U.S. military to our border and unleashed the patriots of ICE and Border Patrol to defend our country from an invasion.
Conservative principles live here. SiriusXM Patriot.
Millions are choosing NordVPN to stay safer online. Get NordVPN today with 77% off and up to 3 months extra. NordVPN will encrypt your online traffic and help you avoid phishing, scams, and malware. Get the special NordVPN deal today at NordVPN.com. This offer includes a 77% discount on a 2-year plan and up to 3 extra months. Savings and additional terms apply and can be found on NordVPN.com. The offer is valid until October 15th.
With networks like Fox News, CNN, MSNBC, and more, Sling is the best way to get the news you care about, which is great for everyone. Well, almost everyone.
Where's that dang paper boy? I need my news outdated and rolled up like a burrito. Finally. Now I can read all about what happened forever ago.
Get the most important news delivered reliably at the best price. To do that, visit sling.com/news to see your offer.
2,400 customers without power in South Carolina.
Newberry, Michigan expected to be without power for 24 hours.
Over 25,000 people without power in Cleveland, Ohio.
These are real headlines from just the last few days. Power outages are happening more often, and they're getting worse. If you don't have a backup generator, it's time to get one. But gas generators, they're loud, smelly, and produce dangerous carbon monoxide. The Grid Doctor 3300 solar generator from My Patriot Supply is different. It's whisper quiet, requires no fuel, and it's safe to use indoors. Best of all, My Patriot Supply is offering an incredible deal for listeners of this station. When you go to mypatriotsupply.com and order a Grid Doctor 3300, they'll include a free expansion battery that doubles your backup power at no additional cost. Go to mypatriotsupply.com now and get prepared. That's mypatriotsupply.com.
If you or a loved one has cancer, be not afraid.
Oh shit.
You're not alone.
Wrong way.
Technology has greatly advanced.
I don't know one way. Fuck.
And Vita Cancer Center is a leader in personalized, precision, integrative cancer treatment. Hi, I'm Dr. Dino
This is the
Prado.
Marcos dosage,
And
yeah?
if you need next level targeting for your cancer treatment, we are here to help you. Visit us at Envita.com, ENVITA.com, and may God bless you on your journey to healing.
Sanctity of life, strong family. We are SiriusXM Patriot.
Channel 125.
Conservative principles live here.
This is Stacy on the Right with Stacy Washington on Sirius XM Patriot 125.
So I'm back at the White House. I'm this time in the India room. It's beautiful in here. And guess who's back? It's Kalen Dorr. He is the White House Deputy Communications Director and great friend of the show. Kalen, welcome back.
It's good to have you here. Okay, how many times have you been here this time so far?
I think this is my third White House media room.
So it's just about like every 100 days, like you pop by, like you have a standing appointment?
If you need me, you need only text one of us, and I'm here. There are direct flights 3 times a day from St. Louis, so
there we go.
Whenever you want. So let's talk a little bit about digital. You are in charge of that. You have an amazing sense of humor, and one of my favorite things is as I'm scrolling through Instagram, I follow you guys, I'll see this most recent one. It's the border wall, which has been recently painted black by none other than our own DHS Secretary Kristi Noem was out there with a roller, painting it black herself, her own hands. And then there's a sun rising up, and in the sun is the face of Tom Homan, good friend of the show. What is going on with you guys? I was bursting out laughing, embarrassing myself in public. It was so good.
That's a fan favorite, if only because there was this viral meme a few years ago where Nancy Pelosi said "Good morning, Sunday morning" over and over while on a Sunday show. Remember, she spazzed out.
Yeah.
And no, I think we've done a really good job reaching folks through humor, like you mentioned. It's been a lot of fun. What we see is a vast majority of our impressions are actually with folks who don't follow us. So it's people following us, sharing, and we really hit our stride with the younger demographic, between 18 and 30. A lot of those folks are dialed into what we're doing, and we found that a lot of folks, they sit and they get lost in the sauce on numbers, on reaching different demos and tailoring content to different groups, posting them at different times, whatever it might be. We really pushed through that because, as you saw during the passage of the One Big Beautiful Bill, we did a bunch of 90s parodies, right? So I walk in the room and I said something like, "Do you guys remember Head On?" And they were like, "No." It's like, oh my God. So we took a day. They had to do a 90s, commercial boot camp for the day. And we really took over the internet with a lot of stuff because young folks were seeing it and they're sending it to their parents like, the hell is this? And the parents are sending it to each other. They're sending it to their kids like, this is so creative. And so, it's all been a lot of fun, but it's all led by the president. He is just, laser focused on demonstrating and providing results, and it makes it very easy to communicate.
So speaking of our favorite best president ever, Donald Trump, we know that he does actually have a wicked sense of humor. And I think that comes through. I actually feel like he chose people on comms who reflect that sense of humor that he has. And then he's just unleashed you guys. There's is what makes it possible for it to be so funny. It's carefree. And the other part that I'm enjoying, I was mentioning this to Sunny as we were coming onto the complex this morning, is how much the left is so discombobulated by your efforts.
This is a strategy we took directly from him, and it's by, the pursuit of relentless offense. So not backing down, not self-censoring ourselves before content goes out is something obviously that we've learned from the president, but also backing the opponent into a position where they're defending some of the worst people on the planet. I mean, I can't stop thinking of around 100 days, around the passage of the OBBB, we put the mugshots of convicted pedophiles and terrorists, if you remember, and CNN was defending them. Or we put out a cartoon of Tom Homan arresting I don't want to say this, hefty fentanyl dealer, a very hefty woman who was a literal murderer.
Yeah.
And the CNN chyron later that day was, this woman on crying, can you believe they would treat this woman that way? It's like, hell yeah, she's a murderer. Like, when you're defending the humanity of some of the worst people on the face of the planet, the American public is not interested in that anymore. We had a meeting with some executives, who I won't name, but we left the meeting and said, "How did that go?" That went really well. And I said, "You don't live on the same
some alcohol
planet.
going on here, maybe.
You don't live on the same planet
in front of us.
people do. They want results. They want to feel safe in their communities, and the president's delivering on that. So it's incumbent upon us to get really creative in how we go out and do that. We are dispatching cameras out to the city to catch before and after footage of our city because it's now safe again. And the president tells a story of his friends who haven't been out to eat in 4 years. They've been out 4 days in a row. Yeah. And that's definitely what we're talking about here fairly frequently. But I will scroll my social media pages and see everyone talk about, my favorite.
Headlight out and everything.
Back, Stacey. My favorite video I've seen in the last 2
They're going
years
to get
was,
pulled over.
it's this young woman, and she's out at the metro at 3 a.m, and she's yelling into the camera on President Trump failed. There's no crime happening at this metro at 3 a.m. There's no crime. That's the point. Yeah. That was the point. They don't understand that they're arguing.
Days with no murders. That's right. I have to face the fact that I feel like I'm up on crime statistics because we cover so much of the show.
Isn't that great? I mean, that's a great thing.
I had no idea there was a murder every day in DC.
Right. We're now at over 10 days in a row with no murder.
It's an unbelievable statistic especially, St. Louis is a crime capital. It's always top 5, top 6. And we live in a very safe part of St. Louis in the suburbs, so we don't know that reality. But it is true, and they've done deep dives. They've even had people come and live in St. Louis in the hotspots to try to figure out what's driving this. Yeah. It's drug cartels fighting homegrown gangs over the right to sell drugs to Americans. That's really what it is. But in D.C., it's a different problem because you have rampant homelessness, and then you have a mayor who honestly doesn't want to stop crime. And so, this is a part of everything that the president is doing. We touched on the border. We have to go back there. You have the Kilmar Abrego story still in the news.
Not a Maryland dad.
Right, not a Maryland dad.
He doesn't speak English. Did you see his press conference today? He doesn't speak English.
I was shocked listening to that this morning.
He's a Maryland dad, Stacey.
He doesn't speak English. So he'd rather be deported to Uganda, which, let's face it, that's not a vacation spot. That's not a place.
I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy.
I have a few people I think I would like something bad for you, but not that. Because that's a sustained torture. It's like a hellhole. President Trump called those asshole countries, and everybody was so offended, but nobody travels to those countries for tourism. Nobody. You don't even lay over in Uganda. It's not on the way to anywhere, it's not on the way back. So, Kaylin, when we're talking about the safety, I was coming in last night, I flew in on Sunday evening, driving in the Uber from Reagan. I see the National Guard talking to a citizen of this great land in front of one of the beautiful structures, one of the beautiful edifices. We're just driving along, so peaceful, people riding bikes, walking, looking like the capital city that it is. It's a fancy place. But I'm still trying to wrap my mind around the angst, upset, rancor, and utter defeat of the Democrats. Their latest statistic, 4.5 million Americans have decided to unregister as Democrats and register as Republicans. And this is across the country. In the states that actually keep that metric where you have to be registered, and in the unregistered states, this is millions of Americans who said, I'm just sick of everything the Democrats have to offer. And their response is not to moderate or to have an autopsy or to think it through. Kaylin, they just want to pick at the fun that you're having on social media, which I don't know if you guys you have to go to @White House on Instagram. You will laugh every day from the post there. So
that's the goal.
How do we, I don't want to help them. Greg Gutfeld said on Fox News, when your enemy's on the ground, don't let him up. I'm with him on that, but we need Americans to have two viable parties, and we don't want the Democrats destroyed. We want them to be normal again. They're not normal anymore.
So I'm going to think out loud a little, Stacey. And I think this is the existential problem that the left has to reckon with. And I think, I'm a creative, so I like to think in big, bold, flowery language. The left, these are the same people who are angry that we're cracking down on crime, the same people who are angry that we're cracking down on illegal immigration and all these things. The same people that wanted to argue about a year ago that during the Daniel Penny case, that being harassed on the New York subway was just a normal experience, right? And I think their issue is that their entire ideology requires them to settle. It's all about settling. It's all about being mediocre. It's all about not pursuing some greater experience in life. And I think that's that's antithetical to everything the president has believed in and advocated for, since he began his political journey 10 plus years ago now. And I think that is it. This president will not let the American people settle. We will not settle for graffiti on some of the finest monuments to exist in our country that enshrine our nation's successes. We will not settle for an economy that is weak and anemic. And we just look at, a president kind of throw his hands up like, okay, well, we did all we could, like Joe Biden did, right? We won't settle for anything but pushing the boundaries. And I think that trickles down from the president, but it also trickles down to the staff here. I had some folks in my office the other day. We had some cabinet agencies come through, walk them through kind of how they can be doing social media and things like that. And I teared up a little bit because I was saying, if we are not spending every moment here innovating and in the pursuit of not settling, then I'm not with my, I've got a newborn baby girl, like we were just talking about on camera, who's learning how to crawl. I'm not with her for no reason, right? The amount of sacrifice that the staff here and that this president has endured over the last 10 years is so inspiring, and it should scare the poo out of the land. I mean, just genuinely, when your entire platform is no, it's okay. You don't need to be doing anything else. You don't need to make more money. It's cool. You don't need to live in a city that's safe. You don't need to live in a city that's clean. You should be scared. Yeah, but go ahead. You got to cover your neighbor who isn't looking for a job, because why should they be uncomfortable? Why should they have to go out in pursuit of anything else, right? I think that is at the heart of everything. It's not something that we talk about enough because we don't really sit down and philosophize enough on this kind of stuff. But I think that's like the ethos of this administration is you shouldn't settle. We should be bigger and better. We should strive for peace. And again, it comes from the top down, man. He's killing it right now. He's on a streak. The president is.
The winning is pretty epic. Last couple of days, he's been posting some images, and a lot of people have been posting images of him in the mugshot, and it's such a stark. I mean, I just remember raging on the radio. It was so much energy that I was getting emails from people saying, "I've never heard you like this before." You act like you're related to Trump. And I'm like, I'm not related to him. I am an American who doesn't want my house raided. If they'll raid a mega billionaire with 155,000 square foot mansion, if they'll raid him, they'll definitely raid me. They'll raid you. My anger is because he's taking the shots that we'll eventually have to take if we don't do something about this. Mm-hmm. And he has so vanquished the narrative that they tried to set up against him, that he was a criminal and that he was basically an avatar of all of us. Walmart wearing jeans, wearing horrible, Midwesterners. I happen to live in the Midwest, and I like Walmart, but I don't wear jeans from there. But the idea is that somehow we're less than because we're not Democrats. And President Trump has obliterated that. He's being a Republican hooligan with the help of your office, with the social media. It goes hand in hand with his message. And it's just exciting, Kaylin. I mean, it's exciting. Like, there's excitement in the air in our country.
Well, what I love about this president is he's having fun, obviously, but he stands for something. And that's not something that the left can say about pretty much any of their leaders. I mean, even Gavin Newsom, most of his reaction nowadays is ChatGPT nonsense. So none of it makes any sense. It's not good content. It's not good policy. Obviously, the state's falling apart, and that's kind of the first. Like, if you look at people carrying the torch for the other side of the aisle, that is kind of what you look at. But what I'll say is, we're approaching Labor Day. And Labor Day is typically, when you think Labor Day, you don't typically think of like the blue collar American. You kind of think of the union or so on and so forth. And as we enter that holiday weekend, I want to encourage everybody to think a little bit about how much this president and this party have done for the blue collar worker in our country. I mean, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime. We've done so much for manufacturing, people who actually build things in this country, so on and so forth. No one has done more than this president. And that is definitely something I would encourage people to think about as we enter the holiday, because we are reaching folks that we've never reached before. We're talking well, we've never talked before. And I think we're going to push gains, and really expand the breadth and scope of the party in ways that we never could have dreamed not 5 years ago, right? I mean, it's pretty impressive.
I'm so excited about that. I know that we've had our big one, our first legislative success, the passage of the OBBB Act. And there's so much more on the horizon, so many more things that President Trump is going to do. He's proven a lot of his naysayers wrong with the tariffs and other things that have been very, very, very successful. Very successful, ragingly successful. And I haven't seen anybody retracting their previous statements. So that's fine. We'll keep track of what they've said and not said and continue to hold their feet to the fire. Kaylin, it's always great to see you here. We are so privileged at SiriusXM.
Lots of DoorDashers staged here.
Face to face. This time in the
You
India
can see
room.
them.
Thank you.
Some of them actually have the little magnetic signs on their doors.
I will see you in 100 days or less. Okay?
We'll move out.
Thanks, guys.
So awesome to have back with us White House Deputy Communications Director Kaylin Dorr. We also got to see pictures of his baby, who is now 8 months old. This is actually happening in real time. The baby is getting bigger as the Trump administration is progressing. We had such a great conversation with him. I'm so glad to have him back in person here from the Eisenhower Executive Office Complex. And so now turning to the conversation, I mentioned that huge shift in voter registrations from Democrats to Republicans. And this is the backdrop to the larger discussion around a mid-cycle census proposed by President Trump.
Take a break.
Mid-cycle
We'll punch back in, see what happens.
would rob the Democrats of their ill-gotten gains.
I don't want to have to drive 12 miles.
That's to get in Congress
where they say the hotspot is now.
Illegal aliens.
They brought me all the way up here,
across the country,
away from the Dash Mart.
And those census numbers are directly impacting the apportionment. So they call it extraordinary enumeration. That is the counting in between regular census times, which the next regular census is 2030. And the reason the Democrats don't want this to happen now is because it would put the significant reduction in their representation in Congress well ahead of the expected time for this to happen in 2033. So what are we talking about here? Well, California and New York would likely lose 4 House seats each. You have other blue states that could lose up to 6 more seats. I think the carnage is even more pronounced than that. If you look at the number of lawful citizens who have left the state of California alone and couple that with the influx of people who have come there illegally, the current estimates of the number or percentage of people living in California who are present illegally are as high as 27%. I think it's closer to 22%. But in any case, 22% is 1 out of every 5 people, right? So that would be a significant reduction. They're already reducing or threatening to reduce in their next election the number of seats that are held by Republicans there through a partisan gerrymandering project. But it looks like no matter what they do, they're not going to have as many seats in Congress. And so this is an important discussion. You have the stampede away from Democrats. This is not just in battleground states, though. It's in blue states. It's in red states. And this is according to this new analysis of voter registration. New York Times published it, but it's actually registration data compiled by L2. L2 is a nonpartisan data firm, so that's the information source there. What we're looking at is the political party of the left putting forward bad ideas in election cycle after election cycle, hammering Americans with higher crime, higher taxes, less accountability, and an overall feeling that America just is no longer great. Americans are no longer great. But
My granddaughter seen Dad. Yeah, Eggsy, welcome back. Alrata, welcome. Hey, Slinky. Just waiting for an order. May end it, take a break, and then go back live again. But not too bad for 3 hours. I made like $60. So, yeah, let's end it. Winded, yeah, a little bit. I'm all right. I'm tired.
It's a serious
I may just call it a night. I was going to work till late, but it went from busy as fuck to dead, so. Let me go throw my garbage away here.
Morning to fly to Boston. And I left my 16-year-old son here
Little
by
trash
himself.
bag.
And
Oh, here we go.
Oh,
Myers.
The smoke detector
We're going right here.
was tied into the alarm.com system.
Ain't
So
shit,
when he came back from the airport, fire trucks were already here in the cul-de-sac. They opened up the front door and immediately smelled the smoke. They got there so fast because of the system notifying them. It saved the rest of my house. And my 3 dogs were in there. It automatically shut off my HVAC upstairs and shut off the vents. It helped keep the smoke damage being minimal. I'm extremely grateful for my alarm.com system. It saved my house and saved my dogs. I don't know where we would be without it. It saved everything that day.
All right, let's roll in.
Is exclusively available.
It's got to be a small order. Just ain't paying shit for it.
Today to protect your family, your home, and your business.
On Fox 1, you can stream your favorite news, sports, and entertainment live, all in one app.
More alcohol.
And unfiltered. This is the best thing ever. Watch breaking news as it breaks. Breaking tonight.
Bottle of wine.
2 major stories.
All right, I'll be right back.
In the making. Debates. Touchdowns. All here, baby. Fox 1. We live for live. Streaming now.
Last month, my business cash flow got tight. Sales were slow. Invoices were late. And payroll was coming fast. My business is everything, and people rely on me. I can't let them down. I applied online at lenseek.com and had business funding in 24 hours. Business moves fast. Don't wait until it's too late. Whether it's lines of credit, term loans, working capital funding, or revenue-based financing, LendSeek is open for business. Apply now at LENDSEEK.com.
Personal responsibility. The rule of law. Sirius XM Patriot.
Channel 125.
Conservative principles live here.
News this hour from Town Hall. I'm Keith Peters in Washington. The latest numbers on immigrants in the United States labor force are out.
According to preliminary Census Bureau data analyzed by the Pew Research Center, more than 1.2 million immigrants disappeared from the labor force. The data includes people country illegally, but also includes legal residents as well. Researchers say that immigrants make up almost 20% of the U.S. workforce. The nation is currently seeing the first decline in the overall immigrant population after the number of people in the U.S. illegally reached an all-time high of 14 million in 2023. I'm Lisa Dwyer.
Ukrainian children in the Sumy region start the school year underground amid Russia's war. Correspondent Charles de Ledesma has more on this story.
Over the course of the war and strained relations with Russia, Ukrainian schools have found different ways to keep lessons going for the younger generation. One school in Bobrak, close to the front line, moved its classrooms into a basement so students can continue to study in person. Moving schoolrooms to where it's safe or safer is just one example of how Ukrainians are adapting to keep life moving with no end in sight to Russia's grinding assault. I'm Charles de Ledesma.
The Trump administration has tried to deport Guatemalan children living in the U.S. shelters of foster care. Advocates for these children filed lawsuits to stop the removals, and a federal judge has temporarily blocked the deportations. The administration
They get inside and then fucking cancel the order.
At the Guatemalan government's request. Legal cases are ongoing in Arizona, Washington, D.C., and Illinois. Guatemala has expressed willingness to receive children who want to return voluntarily. More at townhall.com.
Hey, Matt.
Attention investors with a 401k, IRA,
Come say hi over on the Rumbles, please. We got to get our chats in there.
And it's only going to
Don't
get
mind.
worse. Are you prepared for what's about to happen
That
next?
sucks, man. That was an easy order, too.
The #1 customer rated
An easy
gold
$10.
IRA company in America. And we are helping Americans prepare for the great de-dollarization by diversifying their portfolio.
Fucking 3 miles down the road. She said the address was wrong.
Chief economist of the IMF, Kenneth Rogoff, to give away his latest book called
I'll tip you more if you'll deliver it, but it's the wrong address. I'm like, well, shit. What's the address? Before I could even send the message, the order got canceled. I think they was trying to scam.
The dollar is losing value fast. Call 800-741-GOLD now to get your free copy of Our Dollar, Your Problem and our free gold IRA investing kit. Supplies are limited. Consult your tax advisor professional before investing. Call 800-741-4653. That's 800-741-GOLD.
An Army football player and his father are heroes.
The two pulled a man from a crashed car just before it burst into flames near the U.S. Military Academy at West Point, earning praise from the institution for heroic and selfless actions.
Soldier's Medal.
Rescue early Sunday shows sophomore safety Larry Pickett Jr. and his father, Larry Pickett Sr., grabbing the man out of the driver's seat and carrying him away from the vehicle. The white sedan had smashed into a utility pole at Fort Montgomery, New York, about 4 miles from West Point. John Scott reporting.
Oregon lawmakers consider a proposal that would make Oregon the second U.S. state to require electric vehicle owners to enroll in a pay-per-mile program. States are facing transportation budget shortfalls, partly stemming from projected declines in gas tax revenues. News and analysis.
Fuck you, pay-per-mile program.
From Washington, I'm Keith Peters.
Conservative, Christian, mother, wife, Air Force veteran, gun rights advocate.
This is Stacy on the Right. Here's your host, Stacy Washington.
Welcome back to Stacy on the Right here on SiriusXM's Patriot Channel. I'm welcoming into the show Director Gaddy Serralta. He is the Director of the U.S. Marshal Service. Welcome to the program.
Thank you for having me, Stacey.
It's good to see you here. One of my things is law enforcement. My father served as a military policeman on active duty in the Army, and then in the private sector did a whole other career in law enforcement. So growing up as a daughter of a cop, not a word he likes to hear used, law enforcement officer, and I really appreciate the work of law enforcement, but you're a different aspect of that.
Well, I got paid half for that order. And all I had to do was walk in the building.
You're behind the scenes making us safe. Give us some
Sweet.
insights about how things are going for you, especially in your role leading this agency under the Trump administration.
So first, I'd like to thank your dad for his service.
Although it doesn't say I got paid.
Appreciate the service, both in the military and
Doesn't show up yet.
So the Marshal Service is the enforcement arm of the court. So our job and our main mission is to protect the federal judiciary, and we do that. We also have other missions like the missing child unit and the sex offender investigations, and as well as the fugitive operations. So it's a jack of all trades, master of all of them. Agency, and I'm proud and honored to be their leader, having been selected by President Trump twice.
So this is a fantastic thing. You're back, and we have a lot going on in the way of law enforcement. We actually need more law enforcement. How are things with recruitment at the U.S. Marshal Service?
So the Marshal Service doesn't have a recruitment problem. There's a lot of interest. The U.S. Marshals is the oldest law enforcement agency in the nation, right? So we were created in 1789 by President Washington. So yes, so we go a ways back, and our mission has been one that has always been the
yeah, I might call it. It's gotten dead all of a sudden, dude. We were killing it. This is the only red zone in fucking Toledo area too. I mean, it's of significant size.
Any of the 94 districts where the Marshal Service.
But there's a bunch of people staged here. I can see a bunch of DoorDashers staged here. They're doing the same thing I'm doing.
Not having recruitment equipment issues, then
So let me do this.
getting the actual mission done. Can you talk to us a little bit about what the latest news is coming out of
Give it
US
about
Marshals
5 minutes. I'll set a timer.
So we're heavily involved in this surge in DC. The United States Marshal Service, I was appointed by President Trump, asked to lead this effort with 20 other law enforcement agencies.
And there it is. I knew as soon as I opened the game.
And a honor of a lifetime for the United States Marshal Service to be in this role. So we've done together, collectively, we've done a fantastic job.
Oh, yeah, we'll take that one.
With 111 guns taken from folks that possess guns.
Let's get the fuck out of here. Time to go to KFC. Well, I don't think we've done a KFC order yet, have we?
You know, we made 1,000 arrests, over 1,000 arrests, and we've been working this for about 2 weeks.
As soon as I open the game, blam, order came in. No Monopoly for me tonight.
All law enforcement agencies working together. We're very proud of that.
Yeah, and these are the things that we're not going to hear about on CNN and MSNBC. Hearing directly from you, the kind of success, it's inspiring, and it's helpful because it makes Americans feel safer and helps them to understand how their government and their taxpayer dollars are actually answering the call.
Well, Stacey, if I could share something with you, I've been out every night with the men and women of all these law enforcement agencies. I go out on the street, I go by their calls, and you know, the enforcement efforts, and there hasn't been one time that a passerby,
See where the drop-off is. It's not showing me where the...
has not come up to me or to them and said, thank you for what you're doing. Thank you very much. You guys are doing a great job. We appreciate you here. You know, the kids are playing out in the street. There's a lot of benefit.
Yeah. Hope her husband is a cop, so there's like a 40% chance she's getting her ass beat on a regular.
Be able to witness and the excitement the officers are.
She might have been lucky. You know, her mom might have been one of the lucky 55%.
You know, we have an attorney general in Van Bondi that is
I doubt it. She just didn't report it. Fucking psychos.
Florida. You know, her number two, the deputy attorney general, Bob Lynch, another friend of law enforcement. You know, law enforcement officers feel like they are backed.
One fucking item. KFC. What do we get? 12-piece hot and spicy wings with Mike's hot honey sauce. That sounds good. I ate before I started working though, so things are smelling good and sounding good, but no, what do you do? You go inside here? This is fine order, pickup rack, and dining room. Okay. You know, pull it in. You know.
The United States has single-handedly unhandcuffed law enforcement officers across this nation. And that's something that should be recognized.
Is that a door?
That's how the law enforcement officers feel, and I think our
It's
nation
like the wood door.
safer than
All right, let me go see if I have to go through the drive-thru here. Ask the merchant if they merch.
That U.S. Marshals were being pulled off of their duty on our aircraft, protecting Americans as they fly, and they were being sent down to the southern border for concierge service for illegal immigration. Of course, that's now ended. We have 0 illegals being released into the country on a day-to-day basis under President Trump. 3 months running, almost 4 months in for that effort. But now
door's locked. Gotta use the drive-thru. Oh. What time is it? Are they closed? They're trying to close before this order goes through?
We'll fly with a judge, but TSA is one that has the air marshals. The marshals that were pulled to the border, as you mentioned, were there to help process and bring to federal court these immigration violations. These lawbreakers were being brought to federal court.
How can I help you? DoorDash for Regan G.
Okay, so we had to drop them, so it's about 5 minutes. If you want to put in the parking lot, I'll bring them out as soon as they get done.
Okay. I just grabbed the door was locked. So
I'm sorry.
okay. So you want me to wait in the parking lot?
Yeah, I'm gonna bring it outside.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Fuck! I gotta pull into the street just to get back in the parking lot. This sucks. Woohoo! Quick, Huey. Let's back it up here. They must be closing soon. Says it's ready for pickup. That's fucked up. They put in the system that it's ready for pickup. Devin, go to KFC. They've already put in the system that's ready for pickup, but they haven't brought it out yet. I'm about to call support. I'm just going to take it on assignment. Yeah, fuck that. I'm not playing games with these fuckers. This guy's out here smoking a cigarette. Look at this. Fucking joke, man. Wasting my fucking time when another order could have came in. Yeah, he's out there fucking smoking a cigarette. They're like, we're going to bring it out to you in 5 minutes. And then they declared it ready in their system and didn't come out with it. I waited over 5 minutes before I contacted support and got unassigned. I don't get paid for it, but it doesn't go against my numbers. Fucking assholes. The thing is, I don't pick up another order from the whole time I'm assigned to that one. Fucking dicks. Still open too. Drive-thru's open. Wonder if I could go through and just order. Now they want me to go down by Dash Mart. All right, we'll hit that real quick just to see. It's not super late. If it's busy, I'll take the money. We'll give it a try. I don't know why the chat's not working right though. No, there's an order. Sheets. Three miles away. It's got me turning around. Where the fuck is this Sheets at? It's got me turning around here. Oh, I know what Sheets this is. Fuck, it's the one I go to. Durr. $2.29.
We have some really good economic results. But we had a Fed chair who's been really hesitant to lower rates. Now he's thinking about doing that. He's finally signaled he may do
6
that.
items.
We have a bunch of homeowners who are sitting on the sidelines waiting to jump in and
Oh, this is all regular stuff. This isn't even. This is like garbage food. You got Little Debbie, Nutty Buddies. This is some high-end shit here. Little Debbie zebra cake. Little Debbie Swiss roll. Borden 2% milk. Pop-Tarts. And Doritos. These motherfuckers are baked. What's cool about this, the Sheetz ones, though, that they pull the order.
So now we clear that out of the way. You mentioned it. They're worried about interest rates. They're saying interest rates are crowding me out from hiring that next employee that gets me that additional revenue, from investing in a plant expansion that I'd like to do, because now that we've got the one big beautiful bill, I mean, we've got 20% expensing on capital. I'm sorry, 20% pass-through reduction, 100% expensing on capital investments and R&D in America. So the list goes on and on, benefits for small businesses, but it does make that small business loan slightly out of reach when the interest rate is artificially high. When you look at,
I don't know what the fuck's wrong with it.
Last year, inflation numbers were higher than they are now. And so it looks very politicized. And so to avoid that, I think we need to get back. I know the market's signaling an 85% chance of a rate cut in September, and then maybe an additional. I hope it's a 50 basis point rate cut that would move the needle. It's overdue. And I know we have PCE coming out this week. So
there we go. Finally kick back on.
But I think, look, I think they missed a chance in July to cut rates. And I think that will give a big boost to small business.
Yeah, I can speak personally. Kids coming out of college want to buy a condo. They're not so interested in buying a car. They really want to buy a place to live, and they're sitting on the sidelines because their parents have interest rates below 3, and they just can't imagine paying.
Yeah, I will do a review on them though. I screenshot that shit when they said the order was ready. I screenshot it.
Pulls a piece of paper out of his pocket to make a point. He's a really good guy for that. Kelly, it's amazing to see you in DC. I love that you're running SBA.
Dude's out there smoking a cigarette. And they're telling me my order's ready. Oh, it'll be out there in 5 minutes. Your fucking door's locked. You telling me to wait in the parking lot?
Thank you so much, Administrator Loeffler, for an amazing time together today. And when we return, we have more Stacey on the Right here on Sirius XM.
The two biggest compliments I get on this program are you found this program and you spent some time listening to it. Not just a listener, you're part of the Will Cow majority. The other is my Democrat friend says this. What do I say back? Facts. Argument. And firepower to win the debate. I used one of your arguments.
Oh, they don't have a door down here? Most of them have a pickup door on that end of the store.
Online security is a must, and millions are choosing NordVPN
All right,
to
let me run in.
safer and more private online. And you can do that too. Get NordVPN.
I think it's on the other side.
77% off.
All right, I'll be right back.
NordVPN will encrypt your online traffic from data snoopers and internet service providers, while NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro will reduce risk of phishing and alert you about the fake online shops and known scams. And that's not all. If your email address is leaked to the dark web, you will get an instant notification from the Dark Web Monitor and act accordingly. Get the special NordVPN deal today at nordvpn.com. This offer includes a 77% discount on a 2-year plan and up to 3 extra months. Savings and additional terms apply and can be found on nordvpn.com. The offer is valid until October 15th.
So when I ask, what is Odoo? What comes to mind? Well, Odoo is a bit of everything. Odoo is a suite of business management software that some people say is like fertilizer because of the way it promotes growth. But, some people also say Odoo is like a magic beanstalk because it grows with your company and is also magically affordable. But then again, you could look at Odoo in terms of how its individual software programs are a lot like building blocks. I mean, whatever your business needs, manufacturing, accounting, HR programs, you can build a custom software suite that's perfect for your company. So what is Odoo? Well, I guess Odoo is a bit of everything. Odoo is fertilizer magic beanstalk building blocks for business. Yeah, which means that Odoo is
These folks are my kind of people. Bunch of little Debbie's, some Pop-Tarts, some milk.
This is Stephen A. Smith, excited for my return to Sirius XM and Mad Dog Sports Radio. Some of you think y'all already said nonsense. You haven't heard sports talk like this.
Oh, shit.
Opinionated and an
Can you go that way?
uncompromising
All right.
viewpoint. You think you got what it takes to talk sports with me? Well, I'm a phone call away. But you better bring it. The Stephen A. Smith Show debuts tomorrow at 1 Eastern. Exclusively on Mad Dog Sports Radio, Channel 82, in the car, and on the Sirius XM app. 866-957-2874.
Oh, that was a caustic bro. Jalapenos they had earlier.
Oh, yeah. It's kind of unbelievable the amount of travel I've been up to, but I'm grateful for it. It's nice to be able to
They have cool hats too. Shut up.
see.
I like my hat, man. This hat was the best price too. It was free.
It's in person, right? It can be a little tough, the travel.
Holy crap.
Around. But I want to share a little bit. I was chatting
10 minutes away.
one of our guests today, and there's so much going on, right? Everybody has, family, and I've talked a little bit before in the past about just how, the Trump administration, this is a young administration, like a lot of young couples, young families serving. And this is important for us as a country because it means that the cabinet, because people like to point out, President Trump's age. Well, I'd like to point out that he has a lot of people working
So this is
there.
connected.
And
My
President
Android
Trump is a
Auto.
grandfather. So whatever experiences he might be having that are unique to him, there are also young people there. So you have Administrator Loeffler, businesswoman extraordinaire, someone who has a lot of experience in business and in leading organizations, large organizations. But then at the
Yeah,
same
we're gonna
time, can we just talk about how amazing
pause
it is
after
to
this.
have
We're not going to continue
a
down into
president who has hired
the
people who are
suck.
younger, and we are going to be
Sons and
having
Codes
conversations
streaming
about this.
too.
I just want to point out there's something that came up today, and I want to point it out to people who might be listening. If you're a parent, you probably already know this. You might have noticed it, especially for you if you have kind of a younger family. You're busy with the day-to-day, packing diaper bags, getting kids to and from, and kind of worrying about everything. I don't want to say everything's a catastrophe, but you do kind of feel like you're running from fire to fire sometimes. And it feels like everything's going at such a speed you can't enjoy it. What I'm saying is, after years of living that life and then moving to the middle school years where everyone was like, oh, it slows down. Not really. It doesn't really slow down. It speeds up. It gets faster and faster and faster until you're dropping them off at college or you're, taking them to they're going to go into the military or they're going to do an apprenticeship. They're going somewhere outside of your house. And it just takes, it's almost like this one moment.
Yeah, pig at 1 o'clock, yeah.
You stop for a second and all of it kind of comes back to you. It just comes
Yeah, those things look pretty cool though.
You think about all of the, you were worried about this, you were worried about that. It's the stretching out. The worries stretch out over the years. You worry about stuff that's going to happen in 4 or 5 years that never happened. And then concerns, day-to-day concerns are right here, right now, in this moment, here, now. And it can rob you of the joy of what you actually are doing as a parent. And so I just want to, for one second, just for a moment, just to encourage you not to let too many of the worries and cares of the day, because as parents we really, we take everything so seriously. We're just trying to do it right. We can't be perfect at it, but you can imperfectly enjoy all of the moments, especially the baby years, the toddler years, the elementary years, the middle school years, the high school years. Yes, the high school years.
Guys driving down the road with his hazards on up ahead.
As high schoolers, as you enjoy them as small kids. They have such an amazing range, kids do, an ability to be able to enrich your life and to give you meaningful
Really?
experiences.
You probably sell them on Amazon.
The joy of everything that you're
Like
doing.
$8.
So I just wanted to say that, and I was having a conversation today, and I was thinking about those years. I keep a lot of pictures on my phone that go all the way back because I uploaded them in an attempt to save them. Some of them were on like older systems, old email accounts, and I would download the pictures, and then when I would update my phone, instead of taking off the old ones, I would just keep them. So I have some pictures.
This is a Dash order right now.
And the teacher
I was heading home and I caught one at the Sheets that I usually stop at myself.
And go to it really quickly. And it's a really nice memory. Not that I was there.
So now I'm going back in Toledo, but then I paused it after this order automatically.
Because I remember the teacher. I remember exactly.
I'm delivering the Little Debbie's and Doritos.
Don't let all of this other stuff.
Shit.
I think the Bible calls it the cares of the world. Don't let it rob you from the moments that you're meant to experience right now. So I'm saying that as someone who I'm kind of running on E here with my travel schedule of late, but it's still, I have to be so grateful that I get to do this job. I was in the EEOC today, and I was standing in the India room, and I went downstairs to the cafeteria to grab some drinks for me and Chris, producer extraordinaire. And as I was coming back up in the elevator, this very elegant, super thin woman got on the elevator, and she pressed the button, and we were riding up the elevator together. And I kind of glanced over at her, and I thought, wow, so I guess she works here all the time. She's just like so bored riding up from the cafeteria. When I got off the elevator and she went her way, I kind of glanced down at my little badge, and I was like, I'm in here with my press badge and my Sirius XM badge, and I'm running around the EEOC, and I'm talking to these cabinet heads, and I'm having the time of my life. And I might be a little tired. My neck might hurt a little bit. The hotel bed, the pillows were not right. But I just thought what an adventure this is, and that I get to bring all of this back to you here on the program. I get to come back to you and talk to you about everything that's going on.
Yeah, isn't that amazing?
So, we're more.
And they're paying a decent amount for it, too.
Today at the White House Media Row. But I want to get to, this is a fascinating little tidbit here.
How much you want to bet it smells like weed up in this place?
College and how it could tilt further away from Democrats. So 2032 will be the first year after the census in 2030 where we see the new congressional.
I can see it, man, getting baked out of my mind and not wanting to drive. Go, damn, man, some Little Debbie's and some milk.
Because of population.
And, oh, yeah, give me some Doritos, too.
New York and Rhode Island. And that
I really haven't smoked much since I lost my
electoral college votes because of population.
My day job, because you never know if they want to drop me for
Florida,
the new job. So
and Idaho.
Little
known secret. I think we talked about it a little bit on the show, but I call it little known secret because I don't think if you go up on the street style, people at the grocery store or something like that, the gas station, and you say, what are the top 4 states for population gain? They're probably not going to say Utah and Idaho. They'll say Texas and Florida, sure. But they won't say Utah and Idaho. So
2841 Terrace down.
Those are the 4. And these are
I've delivered to that building there, that storage
stone,
office.
They definitely have some.
This is an apartment.
Some predictive quality to them. Like they're rooted in some pretty good data.
It's all bagged up at Sheets. I don't do the shopping at Sheets. So I hope that you could tell there's a quart of milk in there.
And Charlie Smart, and they did a deep dive.
2041, apartment 28.
How deeply conservative Texas and Florida could gain a total of 5 congressional seats, and that red states like Utah and Idaho are each expected to add a seat. 1 seat, but still, that's you're swinging right there, right?
These fucking numbers.
And the seats that are up for grabs that are going to be shifting will affect how big a prize each state is within the electoral college.
Some of these have lights on them anyway. This one's a 28, but it's on the other side of the street.
Maps out their path to 270
28 over here
and
too.
The White House. So in the next decade, their prediction is that the electoral college will shift significantly away from Democrats. Just between Texas and Florida, you're talking about 5 congressional seats, and red states of Utah and Idaho, each 1. Now, the expenses will be paid in the Electoral College by New York, which will lose 1, California, which would lose 3, Minnesota and Pennsylvania could each lose one seat. Minnesota has 10 electoral college votes. Pennsylvania has 19. And this then plays into a scenario that they map out across the 9 states that would.
Waze actually has them on the. Oh, this is a one-way street.
So you'd have Democrats
it's a fucking one-way street.
A third of their current winning electoral college combinations, basically evaporating into thin air.
They're just parked to the wrong side.
That are true today.
The fuck, man.
However, when you're looking at only basically like what are the most feasible, what's the most likely, what's the most probable.
All right.
Well, you look at those.
Let's drop off this shit.
Behaviors from 2024.
Pretty sure I'm in the right place.
Far worse. We're talking about Democrats 2025 most plausible path to victory. And this is in, I'm sorry, in the path to victory in 2024. What they do is they look at that. They took 25 plausible paths that led to victory. They didn't win, but these were the most likely ways they could win. And they found it looking very, very challenging. Now, these gents who wrote this article actually looked at the work of some other outside groups that are not affiliated with New York Times. And they saw even more challenging outlooks for Democrats in 32. They looked at the Brennan Center for Justice. It's a nonpartisan organization, but it's really, I mean, come on, Brennan Center, that's hard on the left. They projected Republicans will have 3 more safe seats from Texas and Florida, where New York will lose 1 more seat than the projection that they actually operated from. And many of the previous paths to victory that Democrats have used, and been very comfortable with would no longer even be viable for them. So what they have is this pretty cool thing on here where it's interactive. And what it has is in 2024, you can select, they have the swing states. And I'll tell you what they have for 2024, the swing states.
Oh, yeah.
Wisconsin, Minnesota,
the scent of the Jonga is strong, emanating from that place.
Arizona. What they want you to do here is you select, like, let's say you're saying, what seems plausible to you?
Oh, yeah, that's a good munchie.
And this was for 2024. This didn't happen, but this was some of the strategies they might have used. So they would say, of course we're going to take Wisconsin.
Yeah, they actually tipped pretty good for that too.
Minnesota.
For that little crappy apartment that they got there.
And Michigan. And then what they did was using those, you could say, okay, well then, what would Trump take? And then what you end up with is this map where you would have had a Harris presidency. But then if you look at it for 2032, some of the states that were previously available to them, like Pennsylvania, for instance, it wouldn't be as easy for them to swing that in their direction. So that's what the map. You got to go back to COVID. You got to go back to what happened when Democrats locked Americans down. And they have sold this narrative. He's still
blipped out, came right back.
Indicted on state charges. It's probably not going to yield a result that most people want. But there are 2 Facebook groups with thousands of people in them. Parents who are still enraged that their children were kept out of public school by Sam Page. He even tried to influence. You guys might remember me yelling about this on the radio during COVID. He tried to get the private schools to close down because the private schools were making the public schools look bad because the private schools opened back up in the fall. They only closed down during the 2 weeks to slow the spread, 2 weeks to, flatten the curve. They shut down and regretted it. And so when they opened back up in the fall, you have all the minivan moms loading up kids and taking them to school, and all the public school kids, their buses weren't running, and they were sitting at home doing those remote classes with their angry teachers. So you have fundraising woes for the Dems. I mean, USAID, poof, be gone, no longer there. You also have an electorate that has slid decidedly to the right. You have a vacuum of leadership, nothing but socialists and commies over there looking fine for leadership. And of course, Gavin Newsom, he's not a socialist or a communist, he's just a terrible governor.
I don't know. Stacy from the right, I think.
A lot of Democrats.
And whatever's on, fuck. It's this is all reruns because it's a holiday. So I don't any of it. None of this is live.
Big job on the side. They're focusing on their children because COVID laid bare deficiencies.
Black conservative girl.
Democrats are addressing themselves to the problems that they can solve on their own without government. So they're hardly out, knocking on doors and using those iPads and, phone banking from home. Why would they do that when they have all of these problems that were created by their own people for them to solve in their families? And then you have the larger, more, it's like the more pointed battle that happens at the federal level, where President Trump pushed the red states to redraw
I'm not even going to go live again.
In the middle of the decade is really, they're flummoxed. And part of the reason Democrats are so flummoxed by this activity is because they've already gerrymandered everything they control. So in response to this, they can do a little push in California. Everywhere else, they've already pushed all the Republicans out. So the only people who have winning to do, an advantage to take here, is for the Republicans to gerrymander in the same way that the Democrats have as in past tense. So, of course, that will secure an advantage in the midterms for 26. It doesn't directly affect future electoral college votes, but it adds urgency for Democrats to find new places to put down roots and spread. So, what does this dire post-census projection say to the Democrat Party? Well, it gives them two things that they have to do. They have to invest in winning in the short term. This includes the midterms. And they have to look to states that haven't voted for a Democratic presidential candidate in decades and try to win people over there as well.
Yeah, it sounds like a fun game to play, especially with her.
Ken Martin is the new leader of the DNC, and he said,
I don't think this red lights. This fucking intersection is so confusing.
There's some of these states that are red that are going to need more resources to essentially help us win down the road. And that's an understatement on his part. Because red states are seeing huge population growth and blue states are not keeping up. Those changes.
Oh, did you send that to him too?
Drives change to the political map. And we're talking about continuations in those gains because word of mouth is the fastest to travel. If you were a New Yorker and you moved to Florida and it is unbelievably great living there, your kid is playing outside every day, their pallor has changed, their personality has changed, their marriage has improved, you have longer days for many more days during the year. You're basically, it feels like paradise in comparison to New York. And y'all know, I think New York's a great state. But the weather is decidedly more favorable in Florida. So if you move there and you're really, really thriving, you're telling your friends and relatives about it, and you don't even.
Yeah, they're begging for people to go down by the Dash Mart, but fuck that.
You just talk about
I'm done. I'm tired.
Come down and visit you and spend the weekend, get on your boat, or
into the house,
or, your neighborhood pool, whatever. They are gnashing their teeth on the way home because they can see the difference. And it's the weather, but it's also that you have a great governor down in Florida and you don't have one in New York. So Texas and Florida are each expected to gain millions of residents in the coming years. In fact, predictions actually make it look like it's going to be a population boom. 13% growth is what they're looking at for each state.
Yeah, well, the wife.
13% for Texas, 13% more people.
The wife's been taking care of them.
Now, if you're looking at fastest,
she does a good job when I'm not there.
Democratic state, that would be Colorado. The population there will grow by less than 10%. New York and Illinois are going to continue their shrinkage, and California's population will essentially stay the same because as bad as the governance is there, the taxes, the rolling blackouts, everything, you just can't beat California's weather. It's just, it's a draw. So I'll put this, it's going to be in the show notes, and I also put this with on my Twitter feed for you to read some more of this and play around with the interactive map. It's pretty cool. We have so much more coming up here on the show. More of our time at the Eisenhower Executive Office Complex, and your calls, of course, 866-957-2874. Okay, we'll be right back.
Conservative principles live here. Economic opportunity.
We're here today because we believe that America's destiny is to dominate every industry and be the first in every technology. And that includes being the world's #1 superpower in artificial intelligence.
This is Sirius XM Patriot.
Yeah, I got some IT work to do tomorrow too.
Let Gate One Travel take you there. For over 40 years, Gate One Travel has offered expertly guided escorted tours and river cruises across the globe with experienced local guides and
I'm
seamless
gonna start
itineraries.
stopping
You'll
at
enjoy
Sheets,
the
but I'm not
world's
sure
top
what I want.
destinations in comfort and ease. Now through September 18th, 2025, save 20% on all escorted tours and river cruises with promo code VACATION20. Book your
Just
next
for me, I don't want
adventure
any
today
fried
at
food or anything.
GateOneTravel.com to see more of the world.
Actually, these
for
Little
less.
Debbie's sound good,
When the shelves are empty, when the lights
but I ain't
are
door
out,
dashing them.
when the storm
I'll just
doesn't
get them
pass,
myself.
you'll either have what you need or you won't. If you're waiting on FEMA, you may just be waiting forever. Here's the truth. FEMA is overwhelmed, underfunded, and stretched too thin. They can't save everyone. That's why
Yeah, I'll be live tomorrow.
3-month survival food kit.
I got to go out to well, at least I got to go out to Defiance for a quick fix. Hopefully, a quick fix. I might not even end it when I get out there.
Aren't slowing down. They're getting worse.
And then I may have to run out to Green Springs too. But
this isn't panic, it's preparation. Protect what matters most. Go now to 4patriots.com. That's the number 4patriots.com and get 2 free months of survival.
yeah, I got to push the lives, man. It's first of the month.
James. I've been a stock and
I might even do
23 years. I used
desktop
to be an
live
active
from the
swing
house
trader, but that all changed once I discovered
and
my
continue
money
it
trust
on.
weekly
I
paycheck
figured out how to do
method.
that.
These days, I'm a passive trader hauling
I
in
can just
more
close the
cash
tab
while
and then
being
pick
able
it up
to
on
sleep
the
at night
phone.
than I ever dreamed possible.
Try and do
I'm
it anyway.
passionate about the market, and I like to keep it simple. My methods are changing thousands of lives, and I'm confident it can change yours. But let the proof do the talking. By going to accountproof.com, that's accountproof.com, you'll see a 7-minute video revealing how my Money Press method grew a $54,000 account to $174,000 in less than 9 months. That works out to 5.8% per week. You'll see the proof right inside my real brokerage account. This isn't about overnight riches, but once you discover this for yourself, you can start on the same path overnight. You're 7 minutes away from changing everything you thought you knew about trading and investing. Go to accountproof.com to get started. That's accountproof.com.
More orders. School choice.
We are
Sirius XM Patriot.
Channel 125.
Conservative principles live here.
Righteously American. This is Stacy on the Right on Sirius XM Patriot 125.
Probably like, wait a minute, weren't you just working here? All right, I'll be right back.
Oh my goodness, so appropriate. We had a lot to get done today, my producer and I, and we made it happen. We were in DC, and you're navigating. It's a big city, and I even had a couple of adventures with the Uber driver. You never know if people are going to kind of be exactly where they're supposed to be, or it's going to be easy to do whatever it's going to do. And so we did. We had a great time. There's a lot going on, a lot of work, a lot of coordination, a lot of effort. Huge thanks to the team at the White House for inviting us and shepherding us through the entire process and just keeping things really just perfectly done. 866-957-2874, 866-95-PATRIOT. Okay, so a couple things here. I feel like, and this is what's happening at the White House complex, there's always something going on. We're having the White House Media Row. President Trump's in the Oval Office talking to reporters and doing some amazing work. President Trump was talking to reporters there, and he had a couple things to say about the Democrats not joining in the fun.
We keep winning, and we're going to keep winning. And this whole story on crime is incredible that the Democrats wouldn't be with us. So the mayor of Chicago, I watched him this morning. He said, Trump doesn't know what he's talking about. He only apprehended 9 people. Well, number one, that's false. It's thousands who get into that. But more importantly than anything, we took guns away. We have some of the worst career professionals out of the country already. They've been taken out of the country, and some are in solid confinement because these were killers. We arrested some very bad people. And in the last 11 days, again, I hate to say it because it sounds so ridiculous, but in the last 11 days, we've had no murders. And that's the first time that's taken place in years. We always have a murder a week. They call it a murder a week. You come here from Iowa, you come here from Indiana, you come here from Idaho, because you're so proud of your country, you love your country, and then you get murdered. Your son gets murdered, your daughter gets murdered, you get murdered. See the media, you get murdered. Many of you have been mugged in Washington, you just don't want to talk about it. And I know that every time I do this with you, you almost everything, but every time I do this with you, people are saying to yourselves, he's right, and then you write a negative story.
So isn't it something, I mean, just, is it something that they would write something negative and be rude to President Trump when he's trying to help? He's literally doing what all presidents are supposed to do, which is execute on their duties, making it possible for people to be safer and to experience less crime. So he was also in the Oval Office talking about the incredible job they're doing.
We are doing an incredible job. The people behind me are amazing. We're working very well with the Washington police, as you know. The D.C. National Guard is unbelievable. We're also getting tremendous help from Secret Service. And we are at a point where Washington is booming again. People are pouring in like we haven't seen for years.
So the restaurant situation is apparently much changed. And I mean, changed for the better, that is, which is a great thing to hear.
Wait, I already have milk at the house, so I would have gotten milk.
Restaurants and they're back doing that again. That was really nice to hear. Here he is talking with Chris Christie, and this is a discussion about he's talking about Chris Christie and the George Washington Bridge closure. Not kind words here, but it sounds like an accurate assessment.
Look, Chris is a slob, everybody knows. I know Chris better than anybody in the room. I always felt he was guilty. But what he did is he took the George Washington Bridge, which is very serious. He closed down the George Washington Bridge. And you have medical people, you have ambulances caught up in the area. This thing was closed down. And obviously he knew about it.
Well, you're right to your opinion. I think he's gone a little bit too far with some of this. I think D.C. is a federal area, but to take that to other cities, I think probably not a good idea. Let the cities burn, man. Let their governments, let their governing people take responsibility for it. But then they'll just blame him for it anyway. Like, why didn't you send them? You have the power to send the National Guard, and you didn't send them.
For Chris Christie, that is. Because
that's exactly what they'll say.
What we're talking about is a guy who worked his hardest to try to undermine President Trump's presidency. And at this stage, we all know how that worked out. It was bad for Americans. It was bad for the presidency. It helped Democrats, which Chris Christie, Republican Chris Christie, why would he try to help the Democrats? It never really.
I got milk. I got my own milk at the house. So, I'm off. I punched out.
We're going to be talking.
I punched the fuck out, man. Going home, man. Having my raspberry zingers, my Rice Krispie treats.
I was literally in Washington, D.C. Yeah, like I literally was just there. And it was glorious. It was so great. We're also going to be talking about Roblox. I got some warnings for you on that, on the Roblox situation. If your kids are using it, you need to hear this. So that's up next. 866-95-PATRIOT for more. See you there.
There's been a war here for a long time. We've just been surrendering. You're kidding yourself if you don't believe that. Yeah, I made a few bucks tonight, so I just spent a tenth of it.
I just got my Grid Doctor 3300 solar generator. It charged fast, and now I've got peace of mind for the next blackout.
It powers my refrigerator with absolutely no problem. Very satisfying.
I'd actually like to get to bed at a decent time tonight instead of 1:30 in the morning. I was actually scheduled, but it's so fucking dead right now. And once I drove around that Meijer parking lot, and I could see all those DoorDash cars just staged there waiting for orders. Then I got fucked on that KFC order, and then that order. I mean, that was for what I had to do. That last order was awesome. But it was dragging me into Toledo, and I don't want to work in Toledo tonight. I don't want to be a fucking late night in Toledo. So fuck that. Culture war?
To get your solar generator today. That's mypatriotsupply.com.
Some things still matter. Hard work, strong values, and American-made grit. That's why Black Rifle Coffee Company, founded by veterans and roasted right here in the USA, created something that feels more than just...
I'm just talking about unsafe, no matter where you go almost in this country. Toledo. One thing about having YouTube TV during football season is I actually hear the fucking local news. I get to hear about the shootings every fucking night in this fucking blue city of Toledo. Every night.
Your pace and your principles with bold American-made flavors like Freedom Punch, Ranger Berry, and Wild Frost. It's energy with purpose.
I mean, then the other thing is, oh, give the police more power. No, I don't want them to have more power. I say let them fucking finish each other off. Let them kill each other. Let that war continue. Let it burn itself out. Believe me, you know me. I'm not for more cops. But living out where I live out here, you're oblivious to it, especially if you're not listening to the news every fucking day. But with that YouTube TV, I get it every day.
Strain over the purchase of Russian oil in Vermont. Modi termed the partnership with Moscow as special and privileged, while Putin addressed Modi as a dear friend and hailed Russia's ties with India as special, friendly, and trusting.
Dude, I used to work EMS in Detroit. We ran our butts off from the time we clocked in till an hour after we were supposed to get off. It took an hour to clean up your fucking rig after you were off the clock. And sometimes they'd be begging for you to stay for an extra 4 hours, so you'd be doing a 16-hour shift. End up being 17 hours. Then you had to come back in like a few hours. Bullshit, man. It's the reason why a lot of people burn out in that doing that stuff.
Following a car crash in New Hampshire where he was a passenger. On social media, Trump called Giuliani the greatest mayor in the history of New York City. The former mayor was heralded for his leadership following the September 11 attacks, but
fire them all.
Drawn controversy for his defense of President Trump. Giuliani was
Or they're not being allowed to do it. I don't know. I'm sure there's somewhere in between there. I'm sure there's a huge amount of fucking dirty motherfuckers. I've seen them. I've seen Joe Cool dealing with them. What was that other dude from Chicago that died? I mean, he didn't get killed by a cop, but he is the dude that died from his diabetes. I love that dude. He was hilarious, fucking with the cops constantly. Chicago. You know, all the big cities, the cops are all the same.
That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month. But what I really appreciate,
you think we made nearly as much as the fucking cops too? And we didn't have guns to, you know, weren't supposed to anyway. We didn't even have guns to defend ourselves with. We had one guy get suspended because he wore a bulletproof vest underneath his uniform.
Switch today and save 50% off.
He got in trouble for it.
When you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe, Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
Amid a shifting global economy, the China International Import Expo hoping to provide a vital gateway.
And they should be able to carry too.
Expo set
oh, here's the piggy right here.
Innovation.
Coming around the circle.
Reports that China's leader is hoping to expand the scope of the
hey, piggy, White House
organization.
This morning, China's President Xi announced that he wants to accelerate efforts to build a development bank, and he is very much seeking to make this group more influential on the global stage.
U.S. leaders not on hand for that expo. Meanwhile, North Korean leader Kim Jong-un is
that's where we got our vehicles.
With his Chinese and Russian counterparts, him and Russian President Vladimir Putin among the 26 world leaders who will join Chinese President Xi Jinping to watch that military parade in Beijing. Breaking news and analysis, townhall.com.
God, these dogs are going to loot. I'm glad I took the garbage out already. Normally our garbage day is Monday, so it's supposedly bumped back a day, but with fucking Republic doing that sympathy strike, who knows when they're going to fucking pick it up.
Joining me now from the Eisenhower Executive Office Complex, Anna Kelly. She's a White House Deputy Press Secretary. Thank you so much for coming on. Thanks for having me. Good to see you here. We're in the media room. We're back at Media Row. My producer and I, we love coming and getting our bags. Oh yeah, that's fancy. We get our Gatorade. It's bougie. Sit. You got to take all the pictures. Just milk it. Like every single person that they'll let us talk to. So you're chatting with us tonight about something that we get into it a lot on the show, foreign policy. I grew up in Germany. I know I've been all over the world, traveled all over. I really feel like sometimes the perspective that we have as Americans.
And that was quite a while ago too. They probably wear them mandatory now, but this was before the fire department did it. We were contracted in Detroit before the fire department had paramedics. So we were a private company. AMR, fuck those assholes. They paid decent, but there was no future in it. I didn't know somebody to become I mean, I was already topped out after 3 years. I was a field training officer. There's no way I was going to become a supervisor because I didn't know everybody, know the right people.
First term already in these 7 peace deals that have brought many of them.
By then, I was already in my 30s. I wasn't going to even try to go full time on the Ann Arbor's fire department. So,
Because they've
fuck off.
Far away, but conflicts like between Armenia and Azerbaijan, that was a 35-year conflict. Biden tried to solve.
That is true. That is true.
No success.
That was his argument.
Years until this president came in, DRC in the Congo, in Africa.
He was told it was not part of his uniform.
I mean, this president, I think, is just so uniquely focused.
That's how stupid AMR is.
Bringing peace to these.
You see them all over the country.
Russia and Ukraine, that's a war that, as he says, time and again, this would have never happened if he was in office. Of course, even President Putin admitted that himself. And so this is something that has gone on.
And these are the same people that expect you to work an extra 4 hours after working 12. I mean, come on. And then having to come back in another 4 hours. You just fucking, you wouldn't even go home. You just go to your car and go to sleep.
To your point, that Alaska summit, I mean, that was historic. One thing that I think people don't talk about, that was the first
4 12-hour shifts a fucking week
in the United States in 10 years. I mean, that's a historical moment for both countries. And so, and even before that, you have Russia and Ukraine having direct talks for the first time in years. So, again, that's a great example of a conflict that's gone on far too long, largely because it was brought on by Joe Biden's incompetence. It would have never happened if this president was in office, but this president wants to end it and stop the killing because he has a humanitarian heart. He hates seeing carnage in these conflicts around the world. And so I think, thankfully, we have him in office, restoring American strength on the world stage, making our country respected.
Oh, when I worked for a private company in Louisiana, we'd work 48-hour shifts. I mean, you wouldn't be running for the 48-hour shift. It was a much smaller town. But it was like two paramedics and 3 basics working the whole city at night, right outside of Fort Polk, Leesville. But you'd cover the whole fucking parish, which is the whole county. And they fucking owned a house there that was basically your station, and there'd be 5 ambulances there. Each crew had their own bedroom. It was a big house, but each crew had their own bedroom. The garage was basically your supply. That was fun, but fucking, and that was like old school shit too. Like you'd go to any of the restaurants there, and all you'd have to do is pay the sales tax, and they'd pretty much eat for free in most places. I didn't pay for Sonic or anything like that the whole time I was working there. I mean, they took care of you. I mean, you didn't make dick hourly, but because I mean, you work a ton of hours. I mean, you'd be on for a ton of hours. Sometimes you would run your ass off for 24 hours or 48. If you were up for more than like 20 hours, they'd give you a mandatory 2-hour, break. But then you'd be right back at it. Yeah, you work 48 hours, and then you'd have 72 hours off. And then you'd work 24 hours, and you've had 48 hours off. And they just rotate you.
Yeah, well, I know these are conversations, of course, that are quite sensitive, and they are actively happening. But I also
that was for like the last 6 months plus 6 months after I got out of the Army, down in Louisiana. Well, we home. Look at that nice fresh cut grass. Doesn't it look good? You can't really see it. You'll see it in the morning when I leave. Ooh, bugs landing on the windshields here. All right, guys, love you. Thank you for hanging out. Appreciate you guys. I know there wasn't a ton of us tonight, but I haven't been on in a while, so that's why we didn't. Hey, Jody, sorry I missed you over on YouTube. The chat's not working right, so I'm looking at fucking Rumble on one phone and YouTube on the other. Hopefully it'll work better tomorrow. Love you guys. Later.